Hello, I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbidian, and here on the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and we are going to be playing some Pathfinder Kingmaker, the definitive edition, here on the show. So, I have played this game before, a little bit. Usually I've played through the first part of the game multiple times on PC, and but never really completed the game, never went super deep. I think the furthest I ever got was actually getting the castle. Never played the definitive edition, but that has that has come out on the PlayStation Premium. So, not Premium, but Extra. So it's something I was like, you know what? I was trying to think of another game to play, show, and enjoy. I figured this would be a nice one to give a whirl, so why not? And let's make sure everything's all set. Bang, bang. And there we go. All right. So it's our new game, which also means actually, if I really like it, there is also the other scenarios that come with the definitive edition, Farnhall's Lot and Beneath Stolen Lands. But we're just gonna do the main story for now, where we explore the stolen lands, a wild territory that's been tested for centuries. Hundreds of kingdoms have risen and fallen in these lands, and now it is time for you to make your mark by building your own kingdom. To succeed in this, you'll need to survive the harsh wilderness and the menace of rival nations, as well as perils from within your own court. This is, for those who don't know, this is based off of the Pathfinder tabletop role-playing game module, Kingmaker, where I actually played in a session of this at a tabletop a bit, so I'm familiar with Kingmaker in the tabletop version as well. Until I get the castle, we didn't play much beyond that. But yeah, this is based off of that system. It's based off the Pathfinder system. And of course, it's the game before they released Wrath of the Righteous, which is another game that I may play in the future. Not sure, but we're going to play this one first. So, you can't play, there's various difficulties when playing this game. I generally don't play this game or Wrath of the Righteous standard. For one, I have to customize it because I leave critical hits are normal. So critical hits happen when in the dice roller when an attack happens. If it rolls a 20, that's usually a crit in Pathfinder, as I recall. I don't believe it's a range, but anyway, if you crit at normal difficulty, it's like, oh, it's weak, so damage bonuses are not multiplied by the party. So if someone attacks my characters, I don't get double damage, but I can do double damage to the enemy. No, I like it normal. Come at me. Death's Door. This will be that if 5 characters ever hit 0 HP, instead of just dropping dead completely, they get the Death's Door condition, which means they're not dead yet, but if they take another bit hit, they're dead. But I'll shut that off, because that is, if they hit 0, if they hit enough damage, they just die. Did companions rise after combat? I had that on once because when I played this one time, and it really turned into this weird thing where you would have this weird loop. You can get caught in a sort of loop where you drop dead, and then the enemy kind of wanders off long enough for you to get back to your feet again. So you'd have these people constantly popping to their feet and being at low health. It was weird. So no. But I can see why you do that, just to make sure you never truly die. Remove negative effects on rests, which will turn off blindness, ability damage, and other negative effects. So there are some enemies that can do stuff like cause some of your stats to go down for a bit, or bestow a curse on your party. That one I will turn on, because that does mean that you could be stuck with a pretty bad debuff and not be able to get rid of it. And in the early game, that's pretty hard to deal with. And you might as well be dead anyway, but you know what? I mean, you know what? Let's get it off. I'm turning off Death's Door. Turn off remove that. Auto level up. I will actually set this. This can let you. Normally, you can level up everybody yourself, and you have to manage their levels and stuff and their builds. I am going to set it so, including your own. I'm going to set it so all my companions level up on their own, whereas I control the level of my main character. I like doing this for most RPGs where I have party members. I follow the recommended path for the companions, and then I do some whatever weird idea I have for my guy. That way, if I do an experiment that doesn't really work for the main character, I haven't ruined the rest of the party. As for enemy stat adjustments, in normal mode, they actually make it somewhat easier. So the enemy stats are actually turned down a bit. I'm like, no, leave them normal. Give me the enemies. Give me the enemies in the module. I'll take them. And damage to party, like a 20% decrease? No. They hit me. Normal difficulty, though, we're not going to turn that up. But yeah, that's one thing I really like about this game is that you can customize it to however you want to play. I like to play it this way. That's why I play a lot of these tabletop games like the D&D games or the Pathfinder games, because it's just like I don't know. I just want to feel like the tabletop more, I guess. Let's see. Speed depends on the weight you're carrying. So if you're running around the map, it would slow you down if you're encumbered. I'll leave that off because it's kind of annoying and doesn't really affect how combat goes. It just changes how you move around on the field. Enable character retrain. Sure, I'll leave that on. That way, if I completely biff my character, I can still fix it. Which I can see that as a DM being particularly nice. And go, yeah, sure, you can redo your character. A bit. It's like, okay. Kingdom management, normal. You can't make it automatic, so you don't have to worry about it. Invincible kingdom on. With this option on, your kingdom can't be destroyed by unrest events. Failing the main story quests will still lead to the kingdom's destruction. No, I'll turn that off because that's the your kingdom would fall in the module if it got low enough. I can see why they leave that on though, because that'd be very frustrating in a video game to be playing and then have some unrest event drop one of your stats for your kingdom to 0 or something, and then be like, well, and you fail. It's like, oh, well, shoot. It's like, oh, have multiple saves or just don't screw up in the first place. Only active companions receive experience. That's rough. You'd have to make sure certain people were always up front because you only have so many party members at a time. And eventually, at first, this won't be a problem if you had this on, because most of your party will be the active people. All of them will be. But eventually, you'll get more people who want to follow you than you have space in the video game. So it's like, well, yeah, those people who don't come along don't level up. So no. Only skill user receives skill check experience. That makes sense to me. At a table, I'm used to sharing all experience. Like everyone levels up around the same time. No, I'll shut that off because that's how I normally play. But that makes sense. No, by rule, it's normally how if you're reading that specific, you would give experience to certain people at certain times. The last Aslanti mode. Only one save slot is available in this mode. This game saves automatically in key points and upon game exit. Yeah, I'll turn that on. So I have to be careful with what I'm doing. Immersive mode takes away all the lines of attack, current enemy actions, cooldown timers. So it limits as much. It tries to declutter the screen, which I will do. The reason you'd have that off, though, and it's a good idea to have that off if you're not used to thinking these things up, because then you wouldn't know where you would know exactly where things are and stuff. But turning this on will kind of make it a little nicer to watch, I think. As for combat text, leave most of that off. That's all fine. Let's see. So this does turn off all the text and stuff. What's this? Show text XP instead of HP bar for enemies. Yep. Because immersive level also feels more tabletop like. If it's like if you're looking at it, and you're like, well, I don't know what the enemy is right now. That sort of thing. You will know your own HP because you'll see it in your bar. But all right. So who can we play? You can play pre-built characters, and these, these characters are perfectly fine. Your standard fighter, paladin, ranger, sorcerer, cleric. But I, of course, always make a new character. That's why they give you some of these photos they have for the portraits. Like some of them are also used by characters in the game. Like this is a character in the game, so is this. I think that guy is. So it's like, maybe don't give me portraits where I'll be a twin of someone who's actually already in the story. Also, this is a portrait that wouldn't make a ton of sense because that is, if I recall my Pathfinder lore, I played more TD than Pathfinder, but I have played some Pathfinder. At tabletop, I mean. That is that looks like a Darkguard to me, or a vampire species in Pathfinder. And yeah, you can't play that in Kingmaker. You can play one in Wrath of the Righteous, but you can't play one in this one. I guess you could say, oh, that's actually a tiefling. I'm like, I guess, but that's a tiefling. That's an undead. That's a tiefling. That's undead. So. I'm going to go ASMR Monk. I mean, you can go, you don't have to match your class and race to the portrait, but it'll look weird to me if they don't match up. There's only so many, which these are enough, I suppose. That is the saddest looking gnome. Or halfling. Just like to stare up at the sky while the rain is on me and the faintest light of hope in the sky. Like, okay, jeez. That's my monk. Or the human, possibly half-elf caster of some kind. And this is what it would normally look like in play. We usually won't see it like this unless you're looking at the whole character sheet, but in play, during the text bits, this is what your character would... The portrait's only showing so much, right? Hum. Okay, that looks kind of cool. Because see, it's usually this portrait, or this one I go with. It's my normal play. Let's go through for now. I can always change my mind later. So you can play human, elf, dwarf, gnome, halfling, half-elf, half-orc, Aasimar, or tiefling. Aasimar's being angel-blooded in some way, and tiefling's being demon-blooded in some way. But I like playing Aasimar. and 16 different classes of all sort. And monk. I tried sensei once. It wasn't too tricks. It feels kind of like a bard, but like you're a bard, but you're an unarmed fighter. Kind of like scaled fists. I was thinking about that when I was looking at this the other day to make sure everything works. So, a scaled fist is steeped in traditions that trace their origins to the warrior monks who trained under the tutelage of draconic masters. Scaled fist eschew passive introspection in favor of unshakable confidence. Scaled fists learn to combine brutal intimidation with the brazen ferocity of an ancient worm to devastate their foes. Has to be lawful of some kind. That's fine with me. Flurry of blows, improved unarmed strike, stunning fist, unarmed strike, monk proficiencies, AC bonus, and a scaled fist bonus feat. As I recall, scaled fist is... Oh, wait, it says right here. I don't have to guess. Let's see. So... So monks are basically, for those who don't know, are the unarmed fighters. They don't need shields or swords. They can use monk weapons. Generally, or most can. Actually, can they? No, they have monk proficiencies. So they can use clubs, crossbows, daggers, handchucks, but then javelin. But they could get exotic weapons like for Pathfinder, Kama, Jinchoku, quarterstaff, sai, your short sword, your short spear, shurikens, singham, slings, spears, and anything with the monk special quality, which there's a few weapons that are like that. The reason monk proficiency matters is because I think you don't get flurry right away, do you? Oh, there it is. Yeah, you get it. So, flurry lets you make... most people, when they attack, they can only swing once, and then that's their one attack, and later fighters and such can get multiple attacks. A monk right at first level can do a flurry of attacks in one go, but with some penalty, which allows them to get more swings at really good for an enemy that you know has a lot of HP, but not a great AC. Or armor class, so you can kind of just wail on them. And that gets better as you get on. And the benefit is that with monk weapons is you can use flurry blows with monk weapons. So at first your unarmed strike isn't great. Your unarmed strike is... It's better than someone who doesn't have that feat for free. But monks just get that. They can... That's feet. So you do 1d3 damage with your unarmed attacks. Your fists, your feet, your elbows, whatever. So although in the computer game it's in the video game it's your hands. So if your hands are full, you can't unarmed attack anymore. But 1d3, which is better than just someone else just hitting someone normally. If you took all the weapons, they'd hit for 1d2. So they do 1 damage or 2 damage. Monk does 1, 2, or 3 damage. So at lower levels, that's not great. But monk weapons let you can, at lower levels, you can have a monk weapon to kind of hit a little harder. And then later, you can make your fists hit harder as you get a higher level. Yeah. So unarmed strike... Sorry, it goes up to... the improved unarmed strike feat lets you do 1d3. That's anybody. Anybody can get that. Monks just get it for free for the purposes of like prerequisites and stuff. Unarmed strike, you can do 1d6. So you hit as hard as a club right out of the gate with your fist. 1d8, you're hit at 4 to 7. You're hitting as hard as a sword. 1d10, you're hitting as hard as not a great sword, a two-handed weapon. 2d6, 2d8. So as you get up, eventually the monk doesn't need monk weapons anymore. They're better off empty-handed just because they hit so hard and their fists are magical and stuff like that. And I like the idea of monk. I've always liked the idea of monk in tabletop games because in D&D or Pathfinder, because in situations or scenarios where your character is disarmed, the monk is always armed. They're always able to defend themselves, even in anti-magic, because it's not a magical feat. It's not a melee weapon. As long as they can move, they can fight. So I just kind of like that idea. Plus, kung fu movies, martial art movies and stuff. So, yeah. So, where Scale Fist has their own unique things, which we'll discover together. Not a ton of body types. And left-handed face. It's hard to see the face from here. Got that. That skin tone matches the portrait. Hairstyle. It's kind of pulled back, wasn't it? Not that pulled back. It's like hairstyle 4, probably. Right shade of gold. Primary colors I'll choose. I won't necessarily make them match the portrait's colors because I want my colors. So, as close as I can get anyway. So, cyan and magenta, which is not the easiest colors to get because those aren't things that you normally see in people's clothing. So, do I want that or... that? And she won't always be in these clothes. Eventually I'll get better armor down the line. This is just her normal walking around clothes. Mind you, monks don't need armor because they have unarmored. They get their wisdom mod in on top of their dexterity, so they don't need armor, and they're not proficient in most armor anyway. So go with this. What type of Aasimar am I? Most Aasimar do not know exactly where their celestial powers come from, and their similar qualities of many such celestially touched beings hint at a relatively indistinct or all-encompassing heavenly force. So base Aasimar, I'd get bonus by wisdom and charisma, which would be good because I get both to my especially for a scale fist. I would get charisma as well, I believe. Hold on. Whoops. Shoot. I didn't mean to do that. So... when unarmored and encumbered, the monk adds his charisma bonus to his AC and combat maneuver defense. In addition, gains +1 to AC and defense at 4th. Oh, so it doesn't care about wisdom. It cares about charisma. Oh, that must be the dragon thing. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Yeah, because normally for monks it's a wisdom base. So Scale Fist is a charisma base. Ah, okay. All right, so that kind of helps. So +2 to charisma. Wisdom I don't need as much as a monk now. Is there anything in my class that requires wisdom anymore, or is it all charisma based? Because most monk stuff is wisdom based. That's why I'm a little concerned. Unarmed strike is d6 plus strength usually, I imagine, plus or finesse. If it's it can't be a finesse weapon, so I could get weapon finesse and use dex mod. All right. Oh, what does Stunning Fist use? That's the part I care about. This is based on my wisdom modifier. So wisdom modifier still matters for my Stunning Fist. Okay. All right. Let's see. So that's all the same. All right. So base Aasimar is good for me. This rolls rate. This is why I like Aasimar Monk, because they get the any species that gets the bonus to wisdom is good for me. so I can do base Asmar, or I can do Angelkin, mortal paragons of exceptional beauty, and they serve as exemplars of good and light regardless of the myriad of forms they take, which would get me strength and charisma, also religion bonus and use magic device, and could use lesser restoration once per day. That's pretty good. I forgot about that last bit, especially since now we can actually get ability drains. I could have a character who could just do that, but it never increases. That's just the freebie she gets. Okay, Angelkin's not. I was about to make fun of it because the Angelkin are just the pretty angels, the pretty ASMR. They look the most angelic, they're most pretty, and they're most good, and so on. I'm like, oh my god. Like, look, I know when I play ASMR, I'm a goody-goody, but Angelkin's like goody-goody but pretty. It's like, I don't know. You're good because you're pretty. Okay, I don't like that particular combination, but okay. But the stats are good. Emberkin are parry-blooded. Masters of fire magic, Emberkin feel the dual pull of their parry forebear as that of a fallen angel further down their ancestry, cough demons, and wrestle with their urges to do both good and evil. Parry-blooded Asmars have +2 to intelligence and charisma. Intelligence doesn't help me a ton. It does help me with knowledge, but not really what I'm worried about. That's more. It's more of a wizard thing. +2 racial bonus on religion and arcana, and can use burning arc spell once per day. Take this fire damage. Will I ever get better as I level up? Sure, but I can do fire damage. That'd be a nice addition to a spellcaster, but I don't know how good that will be for my monk. And parry-blooded parry is a type of angel. Like angel-blooded parry, those are type of angels in Pathfinder. Idlekin, Agathon-blooded. Idlekin possess bestial aspects and calm dispositions and often act as peaceful intermediaries between lawful and chaotic agents of good. Agathon-blooded Asmars have +2 to Constitution and Charisma. +2 to Constitution is not bad, means more HP. +2 racial bonus on lore, nature, and perception checks. It's okay. Summer Nature's Ally 3 spell once per day is kind of nice, because you can add extra fighters. The problem with Summon Nature Ally, they only hang around for a little bit. They don't stay. And once you've used it your daily, you don't get that back until you get a long rest, which if you're in the dungeon for a while, you'll have to find somewhere to camp in the dungeon to use it again. But still, it's a nice once per day, especially at lower levels. For a while, you now have this oh no button of, oh no, we need extra help. Like, that's your boss fight thing. It's like, boss fight, all right, now I have a leopard, or I have a bunch of frogs with me or something. Lawbringer, Archon-blooded. Lawbringers are champions of justice and have doling out punishment to the wicked, and often believe chaos is the cause of all mortal suffering. So very lawful aligned bloodline. Archon-blooded Aasimar have +2 to Constitution and Wisdom. That helps. Stunning Fist, but it doesn't help my regular attacks. Not great. +2 to Persuasion and Perception, and can use Hold Person once per day. Hold Person spell sounds great when you think about it at first, because you're like, oh, I can freeze people in place and they're paralyzed, and I can get free hits and stuff. It's like, read that again. That's Hold Person, not Hold Monster. Hold Person holds like humanoids. So humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, so on. But it doesn't help with like spiders and dragons and stuff. So it's a nice little. It makes sense because you don't want your species bonus to be too powerful when designing. So it makes sense why they did that. Still, nice to get a cool spell. Muse Touch, Azada-blooded. The Muse Touch epitomize freedom and joy and travel the world to liberate less fortunate individuals. I like Muse Touch just thematically. Azada-blooded Aasimar have a +2 to Dex and Charisma. That's pretty good if I was a Dex-based build. Which Dex is a way. If I use Weapon Finesse, I can make Dex my. I can make Dex the thing I hit with. But I think there's some of the with Scale Fist, you can get some dragon-related feats, which lean to the strength. So, but Dex is good for dodging. Anyway, even if it's not your to hit, if it's not part of your to hit, it is part of your armor class. So Dex and Charisma are both for a Scale Fist are the things they're worried about for not getting hit. So this leans Dex and Charisma, so it's good there. +2 bonus on Persuasion and Ability checks. Mobility checks happen sometimes, but that's usually for like tumbling past somebody, getting over an obstacle. And can use a glitter dust spell once per day. So glitter dust is basically useful for if something's invisible and you want to make it visible or easier to hit. It's your once per day. And then, of course, there's the Plumekiff, the Garuda-blooded. Their shimmering avian features make Plumekiff instantly recognizable. Though they can act rashly, Plumekiff never shirk their duty after making a commitment. Garuda-blooded Aasimar have +2 to Dex and Wisdom. Not terribly useful for me. No, it's kind of useful. It still does something. +2 bonus on mobility and athletics. Ugh. And can use invisibility once per day. Invisibility is kind of neat. If I were playing this on a table, I would be more inclined for that. But in Pathfinder Kingmaker in video game form, that's great. That's only so good because it makes one of you invisible. So really, it's meant for you to get away. It wouldn't let you sneak by something or scout ahead very easily because certain cutscenes will trigger and then it will yank you into a fight. So whether you're invisible or not. So, and what does base Aasimar do? Base Aasimar gets Wisdom, Charisma, Persuasion when used for diplomacy, and that's it. Which when used for as opposed to what? Sorry, I'm not sure. Anyway, and Perception checks and use Searing Light spell once per day, so you can do a spell, hit somebody, and they take radiant damage. Which being able to hit radiant damage, I don't know where is good, but I'm gonna have people in my party that might be able to do that anyway. I like Restoration once per day because that's a spell that takes a while to get, and Lesser Restoration gets rid of ability drain and various diseases. Or Idlekin's good because it's nature ally. Muse Touch, stat-wise, is the best because it hits Dex and Charisma. Though Angel can get Strength and Charisma. And it gives me a Use Magic Device check, which I might do, but I'm likely going to have a rogue in my party. We're going to go Angelkin because I want that Lesser Restoration. Ability scores. Okay, so now time to be smart. So in the computer game, as I recall, you can... I don't think you can sort of roll this, but I think here in the console version, you do have to point by, which is fine. Okay, so I want +2... and these three first, +1 in the side ones because I don't want my into wisdom to be completely garbage. So I have +2 to hit and damage, +3 because of my BAB. So my base attack bonus. So 14 AC. Can I get 16 in both? I'd have to lower something. So I can have out of the gate 16 AC, which is pretty good. I won't have an imp bonus. I'll have some wisdom, which will help me with lore. Both my lores and perception, or I can have my knowledges. The only way to get this to 3. Well, I could. No, I'd have to go like this. Nope, I can't get. It won't let me have more than one. Whoops. There. So if I have 15 in strength, the next time I get a stat boost, I can put it into strength and put it at 16. So I'll have +3 strength, which would be good for to hit into my damage. Dex and Con together will give me a nice AC, so it'll be pretty hard to hit. My Dex and Charisma, sorry. Constitution will give me decent HP. The ideal thing for a monk is just not to get hit. You have decent HP, but you're no barbarian, you're no fighter. So your strat as a monk is not to get hit in the first place. My wisdom mod is not great. It's okay. I will be able. My setting fist will be okay, but it won't be great. So I probably won't be leaning to setting fist strats much. I think a lot of stuff, and if it does turn into more important later, I can get items to increase it. But I'll be leaning into my strength, my dex, and my charisma. I think, yeah. I get. Oh, there's a problem with having a low int. I don't have a bunch of skills, which I kind of like having a lot of skills, but oh well. I'll live. Let's see. I do want persuasion because I like talking my way out of problems. If I can get away with it. Perception lets me avoid traps. Religion and world knowledge are nice for your character to kind of know stuff about the world, but I know I'll leave those low because it does reflect that I don't know a ton about the Pathfinder setting. I know some. But I haven't played it nearly as much as say Forgotten Realms or Barovia, like Ravenloft. But I believe the world for Pathfinder is... I always screwed it up. No, I was gonna say Gloriana, but that's the setting for Quest for Glory. No, I never remember it. It's a G name. I remember that. So having low knowledges is okay for me. Stealth is okay if I think the whole party's going to be stealthy. And if I were playing at a table, I like having high stealth because that means I can sneak my way into somewhere and scout ahead or sneak my way out of a problem. And stealth's great for monks because they don't have armor check penalty. They don't wear armor, so they never have to worry about that. Mobility enables you to move near opponents without provoking attacks of opportunity. Keep your balance, escape from restraints, break your fall, squeeze through tight spots, and so on. Glory to you in your house. Hello, author. Hello. I'm not a Klingon. I'm angel-blooded. In athletics, lets me catch object, climb, jump, which does happen during the story. The game does use it from time to time, but not. Mobility is good in combat. That's good in story stuff, roleplay stuff, and in skill challenges. Sorry, and in combat. Probably perception. I could go into something else, but I'm trying anything with a check mark is a class skill, so I get a bonus on top of that. So it's better to lean into I'll get difference between getting from +3 to +7. Let's get a more exact example. So even if I add something to a +3 like stealth, it goes to 7. Whereas if I go use magic device, it'll go to 6. It's not a great use of your skill points to go into non-class skills. Unless a feat requires it for some reason. There's edge cases where that's useful, but... Yeah, perception. So a bonus of my skills be perception, persuasion, and mobility. I can use my skill points in later levels for the other stuff, but I'll probably be focusing on these 3. More than anything. Persuasion I always like having anyway. Just because like I said, in most RPGs I like to be able to talk my way in and out of problems. I tried playing this, but I got caught up in the Pathfinder vs. D&D 5e conversion and the video game to RPG interface. Yeah, it is a bit of an adjustment, especially if you're used to D&D games, because Pathfinder is different. It's similar enough where I don't think someone would be completely lost. I played D&D since 3.5, but I had played Pathfinder before, so playing the video game wasn't much of a shunt for me. But there are things that are unique to Pathfinder that D&D 5e doesn't have. There's certain quirks that can screw you up. And at higher difficulties, it can be very difficult. Pathfinder can run away. The good thing with Pathfinder versus D&D, if there's any pro to it, is that there's quite a bit of flexibility in Pathfinder and what you're choosing and how you build your character, much in the 3.5 tradition of D&D, or 4th edition D&D. Well, 4th edition, that's not true. 3.0, 3.5 D&D. Pathfinder's kind of like that. There's a lot of... adjustability and flexibility to your character and your build. The problem is there's just enough flexibility you can ruin yourself very easily. Like you can really like I can easily get lost if I can easily not optimize well and be in trouble. Whereas something in 5e, you're a lot more. It's harder to screw your character up. You can still do it, but it's harder to do it. But you know, with playing the Pathfinder games, if you're having any struggle with it, I would say just play this at normal difficulty or even in an easier difficulty, and that will account for the system being a little squirrely. So I can go point blank shot, which that'd be great if I had. It's recommending point blank shot and weapon focus because they're feats that. That's the other thing. If you go with the recommended, you're likely not going to screw your character. And if you go with anything with the not recommended, which is for monks, there's not If you go down and choose feats that have the thumbs down, it's like combat casting. When as a level 1 monk am I going to need combat casting or allied spellcaster? So flexible you can twist yourself into unhelpful traits. Yeah. But at least in the video game, as long as really, if you're at a complete loss, going with the thumbs up is good. If you're point blank shot, if you're ranged, for a monk anyway. Point blank shot if you're ranged, weapon focus if you know what weapon you're going to be using all the time, which unarmed strike in this case. Or you can just let the game build your character, but I like building. That's how I learn the system. That's how I learn how everything works. But I'm going to go outside that because I know there's better feats for what I want. I know there's a dragon feat further down because of the scaled fist thing. I get access to them because of that. So these aren't bad feats, but they're kind of boring to me. I usually don't get them, but they're good feats at the start for a starting character because it's just a straight bonus to ranged attacks or to the weapon you like. This should be a thumbs down. What monk is wearing light armor if they have decent dex and dex wisdom or dex charisma? So that is a thumbs down feat for me. I would never take a armor prof. Alertness is okay. Means I'm less likely to be ambushed. Help better perception. Blind fight I like a lot because at early levels you don't run into it much, but at some point in your mid levels to late levels you are going to run into enemies that have concealment or invisible, and you have penalty. You basically have disadvantage. You have a penalty to hit them, and they have a bonus to hit you. Blind fight negates that. So I like taking blind fight a lot in the system, but no, monks don't need armor. They have calm. Yeah, it's like okay, like you could take light armor. I mean, I guess you would take light armor prof if you were like, well, I put everything into strength and wisdom. So I'm easy to hit, so I wear armor. I'm like, okay, I'm not sure. I don't know. Most monks are built around not having armor. Crushing blow. You can make stunning fist attempt as a full round. If successful, instead of stunning your target, reduce your target's AC by an amount equal to your Wiz mod for 1 minute. That's pretty good if my Wisdom mod was good. Crushing blow is not bad. Deceitful I like, if only because it makes it more easier to fool people. Aren't all monk weapons dex based? They are strength based. If they're finesse weapon, you can use dexterity instead of strength. Unarmed strike counts as a finesse weapon. Finesse weapons are like things like daggers, scythes, things like that. They can use. So I'd have to take weapon finesse to use my dex mod, which isn't the bad feat to take because weapon finesse lets you. That way, your dex mod is going into your one mod is doing one stat is doing multiple jobs, which is good. Wait, why the high charisma and middling wisdom? Oh, you must have caught me later, author. So I'm playing a scaled fist. A scaled fist monk uses dexterity and charisma mods for their armor class. So as opposed to dex and wisdom. So that's why I have that particular combination, which is good because I like high charisma builds anyway because it lets me talk my way out of problems more. Plus, Scale Fist is a archetype I haven't played before. Yeah, Nate, it's okay. I forgive you. Deflect arrows. Deflect arrows is funny. I love this. I love this doing this to DMs because it's like, okay, I have all my goblins. They're firing arrows at you. Deflect. Wait, what? No, I just catch the arrow. Doink. That becomes less funny when they go, okay, smart guy. Firebolt. Okay, I can't deflect that. Yeah, if you have at least one empty hand, which monk, you're going to have at least one empty hand generally. Unless you have a bow staff or something else that takes up 2 hands. Or quarterstaff, sorry. Once per round, when you normally be hit by an attack from a ranged weapon, you may deflect it so you take no damage. You must be aware of the attack and not flat-footed. Attempting to deflect a ranged attack doesn't count as an action. If I recall correctly, it says attempt, so I think it's like, if I recall correctly, deflect arrows is, you do an attack roll. Oh wait, it's Pathfinder. In D&D, it'd be attack roll versus the attack that's coming at you. So instead of attacking your AC, it's your attack roll versus it, so you get 2 swings at the can. So you can grab it or dodge it. I was up late working on the silly crossover idea for STA Disaster Relief, but there are other factions involved. Oh yeah? Deft hands. I'm not using magic device much. Die Hard is funny. If you hit 0, you don't die right away. You fight on for 1 more round. Great at table. Not a great idea when death is on the table in my build, so no. Dodge. Safe. That's a safe. That should be a thumbs up for a lot of classes. Dodge. If you have Dex 13, dodge is a safe feat because it gives you even more AC. Endurance. Great for fatigue and exhaustion. May sleep in light or medium armor without becoming fatigued. I don't know if the video game really accounts for you being in armor and going to sleep. I think... Oh, no. Yeah, it does. Because when you go to sleep, if you get attacked during the night, people without endurance will take off their armor before going to sleep, I think. I may be wrong on that. Exotic weapon proficiency. This is not a great idea for a monk. It's good if you really like Elven Curve Blade and you don't have the prof for free, or you want the Orc Double Axe, or you really like Dwarven War Axe. You know, they're great when you want to have a weapon that's exotic and you want to play with it. But as a monk, I already get a few of these anyway, so not a great choice. Great fortitude, safe. Approved initiative, pretty good because I'm going to be using turn-based, not real-time. Although real-time still cares about your initiative. Iron Will, lightning reflexes, martial weapons proficiency, waits for a monk. Persuasive. Sorry, some of these aren't a waste because I see why they're not thumbs down in it, because you could take something like armor proficiency or martial weapon proficiency because you're intending to splash monk and then go into something else. So it's not the worst idea. But I wouldn't take it. Persuasive, make me even more likely to get through diplomacy checks. Power attack. Having increased damage is okay if I was doing 2 weapons attack. If I was worrying about doing a lot of damage. But monks generally aren't heavy damage builds. They're, well, I mean, it's not the worst idea. Power attack's not the worst idea. Precise strike. Whenever you and it's one of the team feats. I'm not a huge fan of team feats. Because it forces, I mean, I get it. You have multiple characters. If you're at a table, multiple people would take team feats like this one, like Precise Strike, and teamwork feats, and you would get benefits while you're working with each other. So with this, if me and another character are both flanking the same creature, which in Pathfinder, I think it just means you're both attacking the same target. I don't think you have to be on opposite sides. You deal an additional point of precision damage with each successful attack. And it stacks with sneak attack, but it's not multiplied for crit. So you're doing an extra d6. If the entire party, say 4 people, are all attacking the same person, each of them are getting an extra d6 of damage. That's pretty good. But the problem is that you're eating a feat to do it. You're sacrificing a feat to do the extra d6 of damage, which isn't terrible, but I've always liked the philosophy of having player characters be able to kind of, yes, work with others well, but also be able to work on their own. So I guess having 1 teamwork feat wouldn't be bad, I don't think, but having too many of them kind of weakens you because your feats are what highlight and improve and enhance your character, whereas teamwork strike, if you're on your own or you happen to be on a different part of the battlefield than your ally who has this feat, you're kind of in trouble. But if you know your strategy is, I'm going to be shoulder to shoulder with this guy all the time, then it makes sense. In this one, where I'm letting the companions choose their own feats, this is a terrible idea because they're not going to choose teamwork feats. They're going to choose feats that are ideal for their build. So, pummeling style. Unarmed attacks. Now, normally I wouldn't be able to get this at this low level, but because I'm a monk, I can take it. Unarmed strikes weave together in an effortless combo, focusing on the spots you weaken with each last hit. Whenever you use a full attack or flurry of blows to make multiple opponents against a single opponent with unarmed strikes. Okay, it's a weird way to say that. Total the damage from all hits before applying damage reduction. This ability works only with unarmed strikes, no matter what other abilities you might possess. Oh, so this is for... Oh, okay. That is the problem with flurry of blows. That's true. There's enemies in here that have DR, damage reduction. And normally the downside of flurry is that flurry of blows, yes, it lets you attack multiple times against the same or multiple targets. The problem is that it is still, say, 1d6 damage, 1d6 damage, 1d6 strength, 1d6 strength damage. And they're treated separately. So if I have DR 10, no damage, no damage. Whereas pummeling style goes 1d6 for the purposes of overcoming DR, 2d6 plus double strength. That's a lot more likely to go through. So pummeling style is not a terrible idea. I'm really looking at pummeling style because there are enemies in here. Well, some DRs, how worried am I of DR? At low levels, I'm not going to run into too many enemies that have magic DR. There's going to be some, but there's not a ton. Eventually, monks get their unarmed attacks become magical, or treated as magical through key strikes. So that gets around that. But there are other DR that are like DR Radiant, DR Silver, things like that. So pummeling style will help me with that. Shake it off. Nope. Shield Prof. I'm a monk. I think that screws my build if I use it. Because there's certain things about monk where I don't get... If I'm wearing armor, I lose the benefit of my monk abilities. When I played late 5e, I had a Moon Druid with Sentinel, and I fought back-to-back with a high-level Bear Barbarian all the time. If they attacked the Barbarian, I stabbed them. And I had a Warcaster too, so I can hit with spells. It was a nasty combo. Having each of your characters have their own unique things that do synchronize with each other, or synergize with each other is good. Teamwork is a way to mechanically kind of enshrine that, to kind of solidify that and even more mechanically. But you have to coordinate with your fellow players a lot to do that properly. Simple weapon prof. I don't need that. Any weapon I'm using, I'm going to be using monk stuff anyway. Skill focus, if I really want one of my skills to be good. Stealthy helps with mobility and stealth. Throw anything is funny in tabletop because it's in that same philosophy of me going, oh, I'm without weapons? Yeah. Or I'm in a bar? Yeah. But, because then it lets you throw weapons without it being improvised, so you can just hit someone with it. You could throw something at somebody, they'd be fine. In Kingmaker, circumstance bonus to attack rolls made with thrown splash weapons. That's it. It doesn't help with anything else, because you can't improvise grab a chair in the video game. So it helps you with throwing splash weapons, which that does happen, but honestly, you're not looking for accuracy for a splash weapon all that often. Toughness is good. That's a safe feat because you get a lot of HP fairly quickly because you get plus 3 HP and that adds up as you level up. 2-weapon fighting, that's good. If you know you're gonna have two with a monk on, it's great. Well, actually, this isn't the worst idea because you could have monk weapon in one hand, empty hand as your offhand, and then go 2-weapon fighting, or sai or nunchaku, and you can be da-da-da-da-da-da. You can be bapping people, getting more hits, more swings than not. So 2-weapon fighting, I'm thinking about. Weapon finesse. Is okay, but my dex is slightly better, but because they're so close together, it's not terribly helpful to me. If my dex was way higher than my strength, then yeah, weapon finesse would make a great idea. Or if I was a dex, low strength build sort of thing. A lot of thumbs down things. A lot of these don't make sense because they aren't part of the kind of build I would do. It wouldn't make the game's like, yeah, you're not going to be using these all that often. Or most monks don't. And some of these I can't get. All these rebels I can't get until I'm higher level. Oh, I can't get Dragon Style right away. Oh no. Well, I can get wings at level 10. Nice. Alright. No, no. What's worse than a running monk? A flying monk. Yeah. Monks are all really want to be able to move anywhere in the field. Let's go with pummeling style. I think that'll come up a lot for me. Now my scaled fist bonus feat, that's where you get the dragon style. See, normally monks, a monk wouldn't be able to get dragon style right away because you need a base mobility score of 3. Whereas I can get it, or intimidating prowess, adding my strength modifier to our persuasion skill when intimidating, in addition to charisma. But you can get these elements like blind fight, good monk one, combat reflexes, crane style. So bonus feats are, the first feat is whatever feat you qualify for. The second feat is the bonus feat that's attached to the archetype, so in the class. So blind fight, combat reflexes, crane style, dodge, improve initiative. I think those are all monk. All monks get those. These other two, dragon style and intimidating prowess, that's scaled fist stuff. Dragon style. You call upon the spirit of dragonkind, gaining greater resilience, mobility, and fierceness from the blessings of these great beings. While using this style, you gain +2 on saving throws against sleep, paralysis, and stunning effects. Further, you add 1.5 times your strength bonus on the damage roll for your first unarmed strike on a given round. So you hit hard, and it's hard to get you to stop. I really like that. Crane style is not terrible. Lets you fight defensively and not be as penalized. I think it's like -4 normally if you go defensive. So it makes you even harder. But it's +4, and you get additional bonus to AC. So I think it's like +2 when you fight defensively. So this adds +1, so +3 to your defense, to your AC. It's pretty good. But Dragon Style is why I took Scaled Fists. Yeah. And what alignment am I? Lawful. I have to be a lawful. Lawful good, lawful neutral, or lawful evil. I will start at lawful neutral. I'll probably end up creeping up to lawful good, but I tend to start off my monks as lawful neutral, then see where the campaign takes me.
I'm always ready.
I like how it has 1.5 times. 5e would be afraid of the math. Well, yeah, it's like, look, just add this much. Because this edition of Pathfinder is still in that 3.5, 3.0 tradition, so it's still trying to be somewhat, it's still somewhat mathier than 5e. 5e was trying to simplify it with, in my opinion, 5e was an attempt to make 4th edition D&D the same level of approachability for 4th edition D&D, but with more of the flexibility of like 3.5, 3.0, in which they think they've achieved that. But Pathfinder's like, no, we're just gonna do we're gonna do 4th edition properly. We're gonna do it our own way. I mean, Paizo has a whole thing now. Pathfinder's its own beast, but it's from that tradition.
Forwards! No, backwards. Backwards!
Strike as one.
This is my path.
Let us bide our time.
None shall escape!
Oh God, okay.
This will hurt.
Combat is adjourned.
I'm more chaotic. I'm rarely lawful. Depends what I'm playing. I mean, monk, you have to play lawful, generally. But I tend to lawful neutral characters, neutral good characters, lawful evil characters if I'm going evil. On the chaotic scale, tend to be CG, chaotic good.
I need that.
A mere flesh wound. All I see is blackness.
I do not find this to be useful.
Let's move. No contest.
None shall escape.
I'm wounded.
I leave.
All according to plan.
Adventures are exciting. This is my chance to run. Your luck's run out.
This hurts so much. No mistakes.
I won't take that.
I failed.
Go for reserved, kind of monkish. Even my 5e Vengeance Paladin was chaotic good. Screw the rules, I want the heads to roll. Yeah, because in 5e you could have non-lawful paladins. I was, the paladin I chose in 5e was, what was it? One I played was, it was like one of the nature ones. It was like protection of the I played some sort of a defender of nature or something like that. I forget now. Choose name. Sapienta is a name I like. And what is today's date? March 20th. Not sure how much this matters in game. So in game, she was born on Frost the 20th.
I feel faint.
Boop. Slothful neutral, scaled fist. Do I like everything the way I want it? So agent's really good. I'm happy with that. Mobility's good. Use magic device is weird. So I start with everyone gets coup de grace. Or coup de grace, if you don't want to say it in the Francais. There was one time when the shopkeep who was grifting us and was jacking up the price of health potions by 5 times, so I stole it as a paladin. I mean, if your vows allow for it, I can see why your DM was like, yeah, I mean, it isn't violating your vows. Because that's more the important thing, less the alignment thing. But more in 5e, it's are you adhering to the vows? Are you breaking any vows? If you're not, you're cool. Do what you want, more or less, anyway. So coup de grace lets you auto crit someone who's down. So if they're incapacitated or zeroed, you can do one of them. But everyone can do that. Everyone can demoralize, which uses your persuasion to give them the shaken condition. You can't stack it though. If you succeed at shaking them, they're shaken for 1 round. So it gives them, if I remember, shaken gives a penalty to hit and damage. But, not a great use of your turn, I don't think. But hey, if you have nothing else you can do. Treat affliction, good for treating diseases. Oh, religion's for healing diseases. It's not, oh well, hopefully I'll have someone with good religion roll. I have Stunning Fist, which I'll almost never do because my DC is 10 plus half my level plus my Wisdom mod. My Wisdom mod is terrible for a monk, so Stunning Fist is not the path I should go. Lesser Restoration dispels any temporary magical effects, reducing one of your ability scores. It does not remove permanent effects such as curses or diseases, or cures 1d4 points of temporary ability damage to one of their ability scores. It also eliminates any fatigue suffered by the character. It does not restore permanent ability drain. I thought it did. That's... okay. I thought that did more than... I thought that must be Greater Restoration that does that. Ah, fudge muffins. My vows was by any means necessary, and this guy was getting in the way of me fighting my quarry, which was the dragon who killed my father. So it's like, well, I'm playing into my oath. If I don't do this, the DM might come after me for breaking my vow. So guess what, buddy? Give me my stuff. Man, Lesser Restoration is good, because temporary debuffs are bad and take a long time to go away. The other one I was thinking was Glitter Dust base. Now let's stick with what we got. I'm fine. Light Halo. You can create a halo of light around, which you in the video game. If you're an Aasimar, Light Halo should be on all the time because that gives +2 circumstance bonus against being blinded or dazzled. You just have that bonus all the time. In roleplay, you might want to shut it off if you're trying to hide that if you have like your hood up and mask up, you're trying to hide that you're Aasimar. Turning on your light halo is a good way to go, hey, I'm an Aasimar. Because like you're the only species that does that. Everyone can fight defensively, so -4 for +2 dodge to AC. If you have a lot of ranks of mobility, you get +3 to it instead. With Crane Style, it goes even higher than that. Sometimes fighting defensively is the right move because of a very strong enemy. But I generally won't fight defensively, I don't think, because my Dex and Charisma mod is so high, it's unlikely I'm going to get hit. Acrobatics, mobility. I definitely made sure my mobility is high so I can move away from people. Because I don't want to be... as a monk, I'm not supposed to tank. I'm supposed to attack a single target and do a ton of damage to it and then get away if I'm getting swarmed. I won't always be able to do that, but that's the idea. And acrobatics mobility will help with that. Pummeling Style is going to help me with DR piercing. The Paladin was the time-displaced daughter of my first character who died to the dragon 15 years after the fact. The dragon had destroyed the gods and ruled over the world, so our mentor sent me back in time to finish what my father couldn't. Fun character. Ooh, that's a character with a... It's good to have a character with a good and time travel and fantasy. Hi, Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 1's calling. But yeah, no. It's good to have a character that has a strong motivation to do what they're doing, because that gives you something to focus on, which... Pathfinder and 5th Ed both are good for that. They give you a lot of tools to kind of make sure you're going that way. Mechanically, they try to help, as part of character creation, to try to make sure you have something in mind. Dragon Style. My strength bonus hits harder, and I get bonuses to not being paralyzed and stuff. Aasimar are humans with a significant amount of celestial or other good outsider blood in their ancestry. While not always benevolent, Aasimar are more inclined toward acts of kindness rather than evil. Like having strong values in Star Trek Adventures? Yep, totally. Good values help you frame your character really well in Star Trek Adventures. Or Klingon Star Trek Adventures, either way. While not always benevolent, Aasimar are always inclined toward acts of kindness rather than evil. Aasimar heritage can lie dormant for generations, only to appear suddenly in the child of two apparently human parents. Most societies interpret Aasimar births as good omens, though it must be acknowledged that some Aasimar take advantage of the reputation of their kind, brutally subverting the expectations of others with acts of terrifying cruelty or abject banality. In 3.5, 3.0 D&D, Aasimar were, I think you had to be good. You had to be some kind of good. But later on, Pathfinder and D&D both went, nah. You can't, most people expect you to be good, but you can be evil. Aasimar look mostly human except for some minor physical trait that reveals their unusual heritage. Typical Aasimar features are hair that shines like metal, unusual eye or skin color, or others. Whereas my character has golden hair and golden eyes and can produce a light halo. So it's like, yeah, she's pretty definitely an Aasimar. Flurry of Blows. I have it twice in here for some reason. That makes no sense. Weird. Unarmed Strike, Monk, Prof, AC bonus, Charisma, because of Scaled. Improved Unarmed Strike, Stunning, Pummeling Dragon. I get Light Halo for free because I'm Aasimar. Celestial Resistance, I have Acid Resistance, Cold Resistance, and Electricity Resistance 5. Which is why I love Aasimar and Pathfinder. It's like, thank you for the free resistances. Angelkin, Strength and Charisma. I do get a bonus to Lore Religion. And use Magic Device. I almost want to go back and... I like Mobility, Persuasion, and Perception, though. I might take Lore Religion later, because that is for helping treat diseases. I do have a bonus to it in the first place. So my BAB, or base attack bonus, is based on my class, and so it increases at certain points. So +1 for that. My BAB is my strength mod plus my size mod. So if I'm not attacking with a monk weapon, so fist or any of the monk weapons, it's +3. If I am attacking with a monk weapon, I add an additional +3 on top of that, +4 on top of that. Range attacks bonus is 4. AC is 16, as well as my touch. My flat foot 13, which isn't amazing, but it's better than most. But 16 touch and armor class, I'm pretty hard to hit with spells, and just with weapons and spells. Ooh, my will save's garbage. Because my wisdom's so low. That's not great. My fortitude's good. My reflex is good. Will save's terrible. Oh well, that's the trade-off I get. You can't be good at everything. Initiative mod based on my dex. Speed will go up as I become higher level monk. Size is medium because I'm an Aasimar. I have good combat maneuver defense. My combat maneuver bonus isn't great, so it's hard for me to trip people and stuff. But it's hard for people to do it to me. I have no other special damage reductions. I do have energy resistance. Okay, that's our character. That's our build. Do I want to change anything? And with retrain, you can only retrain stuff like your class stuff. You can't change like your species. So I'm either going Angelkin or I'm going Musekin. Or Idokin for the Summon a Nature Ally. Hum. I don't normally play Angelkin, so yeah, let's just stick with it.
Our story started at the mansion of an Aldori sword lord. Drawn by the promise of a most dangerous task and a commensurately huge reward, heroes of all stripes gathered here.
The road to glory. Aw, does any author care to have real values? Aw.
Where are they? This is taking forever! It didn't even say what this was for, just that the Aldori were looking for heroes. Who are the Aldori anyway? Rich folk?
Oh, Amiri. Our ever-clever barbarian.
If you can't be patient, no one's keeping you here. Just go back to your mountains or whatever hole you crawled out of. The Aldori Sword Lords run the premier school for the dueling arts. They're also the richest and most influential group in this part of Brevoy. Take that tone with them, and they'll teach you some manners pretty quickly.
And one thing I like about this game, they do have, for this and Wrath of the Righteous, they do allow you to, even if your character wouldn't necessarily have the knowledge to know this off the top of their head, but there's something like, hey, if you don't know Pathfinder, here's what the Sword Lords are. The Aldori Sword Lords arose when famed swordsman Baron Syrian Aldori agreed to train a select group of pupils in his dueling techniques. They ruled in Rustlin for generations, each as prickly and as impulsive as the Order's founder. Though they are considered some of the finest sword fighters in the Inner Sea region, they are also obsessed with personal standing and honor. And Brevoy, young nation, existed since 4499 AR. History of Brevoy before this time is history of two often warring nations, Issia and Rusland. The coming of the Coral the Conqueror changed all this. After securing the defeat and surrender of the two nations, Coral christened his family House Regarvia. Its rule ended with the mysterious disappearance of every member of House Regarvia in 4699, so like 400 years later, no, 200 years later, leaving Brevoy in a precarious political position.
All right, you purple toad, just shut your trap. And if you can't, I'll help you.
Hush! Quiet! They're coming.
Tertucio is a wonderful person, you'll learn. Lindsay's nice, if a bit nosy.
Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori. And this is Lord Mayor Yosef Selimius of Restov. Welcome to my mansion.
Rostov is one of the two largest cities in the fertile region of Roslin in southern Brevoy. Lord Mayor Yosef Selimus leads the city, which is a trade and cultural center that borders the river kingdoms, the Shriek River, and the Stolen Lands. As the birthplace of the Aldori dueling style, the city boasts several Aldori and Taldan dueling schools, which has led to the city being a favorite place for young nobles to practice dueling championships. Most prominent among them is the Aldori Academy, widely regarded as the region's finest war college. Part of the reason I'm reading this is for your benefit, but also my own, because this is stuff I'll need to know later for my kingdom, to know who's who and what's what.
We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for responding to our call. You may be few, but that's unavoidable. We need only the best of the best for this task. And I see true heroes before me, strong and fearless, exactly what Restov needs.
The mayor, a middle-aged man with bushy sideburns, a monocle, wears a beaming smile. Well, he's pleasant enough. It's nice to see Rick's son found a new job as conqueror.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, to the point. South of here, just beyond Brevoy's border, lies a region known as the Stolen Lands. This is disputed territory, and while it's long been claimed by nearby states, it's never been truly taken. I won't bore you with the legal technicalities. Suffice to say that anyone with enough courage and power to seize the Stolen Lands and name themselves Baron or Baroness, claiming dominion, well, none of the neighboring states would be able to challenge it. Of course, Restov would be first to recognize the legitimacy of this new state, as well as the noble title of its founder.
The Stolen Lands are an almost wholly unsettled region in the northeastern section of the River Kingdoms, bordering the nation of Brevoy, and serving as a buffer between Brevoy and the River Kingdoms. Traditionally, the haunt of bandits and monstrous humanoids, the Stolen Lands are regarded as, quote, stolen by all nations along their border, even though none have ever been able to keep these realms under their control for long. Okay. And they're sending us out there to deal with that. And make one of us do it.
Unfortunately, one serious obstacle stands between you and this title. A gang of bandits holds sway in the Stolen Lands. Their chief, who they call the Stag Lord, considers himself the rightful owner of these lands, and no one has yet been able to challenge his power. Bring me his head, and you'll be able to return to the Stolen Lands as their legal ruler. Any questions?
You're helping us found a barony? What do you gain from such generosity?
Don't ask stupid questions. Why should you even care? What they have to gain and why, that's for Lady Aldori and I to discuss. It's none of your concern. Your only concern is to swing your sword around, or whatever it is you do.
Tartusio, do you see a sword on me, sir? Do I look like a sword wielder?
Of course, we stand to benefit from this enterprise. But if you're concerned that we intend to rule your country from afar, using you as a front, well, please know that these concerns are unfounded.
She lied.
Let's say that we have a strong interest in the region's stability. We have need of a ruling power we can negotiate with, not bandit gangs and monster hordes.
I'm sure Jamandi truly believes that. I just don't know if I really believe Brevoy is quite that magnanimous.
Unspoken words and political intrigue?
A tiefling girl is standing nearby, speaking in a hushed voice. Noticing you've heard her comment, she winks at you coyly. Like, okay. I can see. Cassie is actually a character I think you can't... She's from the DLCs. From one of the DLC. Because originally, she wasn't part of the story at all. She's sort of an add-on that was added for the DLC. And once the DLC was out... this line comes in, and it hints that she's a character you can encounter to kind of let you know, hey, tieflings are a thing now, possibly, and you might get a tiefling companion. There's a whole team of us who exactly will receive the Baron's title. Like, I mean, there's not many of us, but one of us, are we supposed to vote among ourselves, or?
I will, of course. I'm the leader of this team, after all. Don't worry, though. I'll make it worth your while to help me.
We haven't yet begun, and you already speak of divvying rewards. What makes you think we'll even succeed? There's little point arguing over who gains the title when we'll most likely lose our lives there.
Thanks, Harem. You... Harem? Harem? As I recall, Harem is a devotee to the god of death. So he's kind of a dour sort. Or no, not even the god of death. He's like the god of the apocalypse, the end of the world. So he's kind of a dour guy.
If I may please answer the question.
Jamandi clears her throat loudly, interrupting the argument. She takes a long pause, waiting for the voices to die down as everyone directs their attention toward her.
We believe you're all equally deserving of a noble title. Over the course of your expedition, it will be up to you as a team to decide which of you is best suited to rule.
That's a you problem, not a me problem. We're not choosing. I wouldn't even think to recognize the Stag Lord as a Baron, especially since I'm lawful. Like, why would I recognize some bandit? So, no thanks. What rewards can we expect exactly?
And what reward would you seek beyond a noble title and your own lands?
The Lord Mayor's eyebrows rise so far he almost drops his monocle.
We'll absorb the costs of preparing and equipping your expeditions. Once you return victorious, Restov will also allocate you a significant sum to provide financial support for you to establish your country. Essentially, we'll help you build your capital. I hope such a reward is satisfactory.
Like, Restov is putting a lot into our hands to kind of make this happen. It's like, no, we want this to happen. We want to encourage anyone. You're not starting just from scratch. We're going to make sure you make it.
Words, words, words. Significant, financial. I can't fill my belly with pretty words.
Of course. There will also be an official banquet held in your honor. All of Rostov's high society will gather to celebrate your feat.
Jamandi smiles.
Now you're talking.
Money? Give me food. Yeah, it's clear as day at this point. I'm pretty sure I know what's going on.
Excellent. You venture forth tomorrow. For now, you can take some time to get to know one another better. Or you can head straight to your guest rooms to get some rest. You'll find we've already prepared supplies for you there. And thank you again for agreeing to take part in this expedition. I wish you luck.
Thank you again, with all my heart, for replying to this call. The flare in your eyes reveals your courage, the unshakable will that distinguishes true heroes. I look at you, O champions of Restov, and doubt not for a second that you'll be victorious. So venture forth toward your feet. Go, and return in triumph.
I'm glad he has such high opinions of us, because it is entirely possible in a Kingmaker run to be an evil person. Going out there, and it's like, what? Yeah, you're all heroes. I'm glad you're going out there. Like, not everyone here is good at aligned. You know, I'm not.
My name's Lindsay. I'm a bard, though this is my first real adventure. So, shall we go teach this Stag Lord a lesson?
I'm Sapentia. Pleased to meet you.
Likewise. Actually, I also wanted to ask you something. How do you feel about this Tartuccio fellow? I think he's pretty obnoxious personally. He appointed himself head of the team, and he's just after the Baron's crown, or whatever it is barons wear.
I think it's a circlet.
I don't like him. I think you should be team leader. When I first saw you, I couldn't help but think, now here's a real hero. Someone who'll be praised in poems and songs.
She blushes a little.
This is the person I'll write my book about.
I'm no hero. I'm just a mercenary.
And what are you a mercenary for? Is it only riches? Or maybe you want glory, too? Don't you want your feats to be remembered and glorified for centuries? Just listen. You know what the trouble with most heroes' biographies is? They're always written years later, based on the tales of, best case, people who saw things from the outside. Worst case, someone heard about it from their brother, who heard it from their friend, who heard it from their cousin, and so on, adding a new batch of lies each time. Every time I read about a heroic journey, I think to myself, why didn't they just bring a bard with them to write it all down properly?
Can you guess she's a bard? I think it's pretty vague about it, you know.
And then I thought, I could be that bard. I just needed to find a suitable hero and volunteer to follow along on their glorious adventure. A great plan, huh? And here we are, with a heroic journey lying before us. Who's going to be the hero? Some dwarf who keeps muttering about how we'll all die? Or maybe that horrific scythe lady? Or, gods forbid, Tartuccio? No way.
What about that barbarian? She looks pretty heroic. I think her name's Amory.
Oh yeah, she's fantastic. You can tell she could tear a bear's head off with her bare hands, but...
Her voice falls to a whisper.
Scares me just a little. But, I mean, her sword's twice as big as I am. She could cut me down without even noticing. Just think on it a bit, alright? I'm sure you'll agree. Alright, I'm going to my room to write about tonight. See you in the morning.
My quill takes its first sip from the inkpot and scripts, or rather, scribbles, the first lines of the book about the travels, adventures, and victories that lie ahead. The book that will extol both its heroine and me, its author. Lindsay the... note to self, when I come up with a fancy nickname, add it here. I'm writing this in the banquet hall, where Sword Lord Jamande Aldori has just finished telling us about the mission that lies before us. Tomorrow at dawn, our team will set off to the Stolen Lands in order to accomplish glorious feats. This is where my book begins, and the gods themselves can't say what will happen next.
We should move.
Trike, as big as he is, not that much of an achievement halfling. That's true. But yeah, she's like, hey, you're awesome, you're cool, this, that, and the other. And I'm like, I mean, I'm just a person, you know. Hi, scythe person. What game is Jamande playing? I'm not used to feeling like a pawn. Random adventure. Our own barony. Now that's a prize worth fighting for. I mean, that's true. You're getting noble title by just venturing away. Hello, Tartuccio. Tomorrow our glorious journey begins. Are you ready? I hope so. I don't need layabouts on my team. Yeah, sure. Amory. Finally, the idle talk's over. Can't wait to set out. Just simple bandits? We'll deal with them in no time. It's more than simple bandits, friend, but I like your spirit. It may be difficult, but at least it won't be boring. That's true. Get some rest before the road. You have a difficult journey ahead of you. Oh, what's this? A large map of Brevoy and its surroundings, dotted with numerous cryptic marks and notes. Move the camera, use the right stick. Left stick is how I'm moving around. L2 lets me choose different characters. I'm the only one here. R2 gets me this menu. Whoops.
Our duty calls.
Oh yeah, what's my equipment look like? Not a lot, because I don't need it. I start with a couple Cure Light potions, Mage Armor potions. Not sure how useful that is to me. I'm pretty dodgy as it is. And Shield of Faith potion. Appearance. Oh, I could take off helmet if I want. Show a backpack. Okay, cool. Weapon set. Oh, that switches weapon sets, which I only have the one. I can equip the burning torch. Oh, I don't have dark vision. Oh, that's right. That might be an issue.
We should move.
And we're going to leave it on turn-based combat because I prefer that. Run, run, run. Press X while your character is standing next to this icon, the exit icon, when wanting to leave.
The path is clear.
Northern architecture is beautiful, but very heavy. In my native land of Kadira, palaces are furnished quite differently. I like Kadira, actually, and I remember I usually make characters from Kadira. It's also a place where you can play a atheist character, which is a very interesting way to play in Pathfinder. It's like, well, you still get to go to another. You get one of the gods does claim you at some point when you die, whereas in like Forgotten Realms, if you're being an atheist is a completely dumb idea or not believing in any one particular god, because if you don't, you get thrown into the wall of death and basically obliterated. Whereas the Pathfinder verse, it's like, you can be. I mean, there's plenty. I mean, there are many, many gods. So whatever you happen to believe in, there's going to be one that you could figure out that aligns with your beliefs. But if you're like, no, I don't respect any of them, I don't think any of them deserve it, or I think I could become a god myself, which that's not unreasonable in the Pathfinder world, because some of the gods are mortals who took on a challenge to become a god. So it's not as ridiculous an idea. But you usually don't have to pick for the video game, you don't have to pick what god you follow if you're not a... so Talos from TES. Lindsay bursts into your room. She looks scared. Her face is smeared with soot and she holds a weapon in her hands. So... So Talos from Elder Scrolls. You could probably find a Talos alike. There's probably like a thunder type god, as I recall, Talos. Oh, Talos! Oh, you're right. Talos became. I know what you're saying. Talos was a mortal man who became a god. You're right. Yeah, there's like 3 gods I think that took on the god quest. I think the god of drinking. There's a god of thievery, and I forget what the third one is. Talos Apotheosis. Yeah. What's going on? You seem concerned.
The mansion's under attack. We need to help.
Oh.
Some villains broke in and started killing everyone.
Holy crap, okay.
I barely made it. Hurry, we have to help the guards fight off the attackers or we'll all be cut down one by one.
Okay, that makes sense, Lindsay. As if to lend credence to Lindsay's words, a scream echoes from the hallway. And she runs away, leaving me alone. Thanks, Lindsay. Makes me think you did this to me. You're not going anywhere. Oh, you chose the wrong person to attack, friends. In game, combat can happen real-time or turn-based. In real-time mode, you can pause the game at any time to assess the situation and give orders. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, this explains the mechanics of the game. I won't worry about this too much. I did leave the tutorials on in case, just because in the early game it's going to tell me the basics of how to play Pathfinder. I know how to play Pathfinder. I know the basics of the mechanics. It's the later stuff, like the actual like Kingmaker stuff, the actual managing the kingdom. I'll need help with that because I haven't run the kingdom all that much.
Enemy near.
So turn-based combat, characters act in turns. So it's like your normal turn-based system. I prefer this just because it lets me be a bit more tactical. And as a spellcaster, it's super important because you can plan exactly where your spells go off. Whereas in real time, it can be a little more trickier because people kind of shift around sometimes. Get ready for battle. I have the higher initiative, so I go first. We'll check the action bars. Anything I can do here? I do have Flurry of Blows, don't I? Do I not get that yet? Or do I get that next level? I think I get that next level. Alright, that's fine. Pulling style, I don't need at the moment. Oh wait, I kind of do, because... Well, it doesn't, no, it doesn't help with, that's Dragon Style. Dragon Style is on the add damage, so I'm going to leave... We're going to be Dragon Style as opposed to Pummeling Style. Oh, we can't use both, I get it. Dragon Style will make more sense, because that's what I'll be hitting him with. I'll charge right at him, get a bonus to attack. Punch. You can loot. I don't need the chainmail, but it's money. But it's 25 pounds. I don't want to lug that around for now. I can always grab that later. Is there anything else in this room? Oh, highlight objects is L3. Okay. Whoops. I need my menu, R2. So I have very little in my inventory.
Let's head out.
The assassins... Oh. Well, that person's dead. Hold R2, check the journal. Just so we know what if we're at a loss, we can always check where we are. I love games that have this. Oh, they've got someone. We have to help. Look, they're running. Get them. And what shall I do with this one? We'll finish him later. He won't get away. Roll for initiative. Ooh, Lindsay went first. I can't hit them from here, I don't think. Even with charge, I don't think I can get... Oh, I can get to one of them. I'll just charge right at you. People go for me because I'm closer. Oh, I missed. Oh, I hit him with my attack of opportunity. Nice.
You're just in time. A bit longer and I'd have been... Whew, I don't even want to think about it. Can you imagine what a terrible loss this would have been?
Yeah, so terrible.
But it's all right now. I'm safe, sound, and unscathed, ready to lead you to victory.
What is it you can do exactly, Tartusio?
Jamandi's holding the line in the banquet hall. You know, the one where she had us gathered before? We need to make our way to her. And along the way, we'll try to save some of these dummies who are supposed to accompany us to the stolen lands.
That makes sense.
Speaking of dummies, take this ring. Quiet now, so that little fool doesn't hear us. She might try to steal it herself. It's magical. It'll protect you. You'll need it while you work to defend me.
The gnome looks back at Lindsay and starts whispering as he takes a ring off his finger, handing it to you. Tartusio's present.
I shall not fail.
Well, I get a free item. I have no reason to not put this on. What possible downside is there to the ever-trustworthy Tartusio, who handed me a fancy golden signet ring with an intricate monogram, a personal gift from Tartusio to Serpentia. It even gets +1 to my AC. So now I have an AC of like 17, which is amazing for an unarmored person. I know that this is a trap because I played this, but I'll use it. 1, bonus AC, and 2, I think I can talk my way out of it later anyway. But Tartusio is totally setting me up.
We should move.
Doors blocked from the other side.
So they walked on.
Checking here. Nope, no one in there. There are several companions in your party. To select a single character, hold L2. Okay. So this is how you can have someone scout ahead.
I always have a second plan.
The road awaits. I shall not fail.
But I won't be stealthing much anyway.
They dare to attack me?
Oh. Miss. These two have spells. Oh, I forgot to turn on my halo. Oh well. Ow, that hit. Lindsay, little help. Cast ear-piercing scream against that guy. And she can move a little bit over this way. That should be fine. End her turn. As for me, I did get hit, which sucks, but I'm okay. I'll just finish this guy off, who's badly injured.
A solid plan.
Tartusio, you can... Burning Hands requires you to be pretty close. Magic Missile, kind of extreme, but they are... We do want to reduce their numbers quickly, so we'll Magic Missile. They're both bowmen, so this guy. Guaranteed hit. And his turn. They're likely to attack me again. Ow. Let's get the other assassin. I'll charge and finish him off, hopefully. Down he goes. And no, you need to use up your spell. We'll just use your normal frost attack.
Leave this one to me.
Lindsay doesn't have... She could do her bardic, but right now I don't think we need to use it. So, just do a quick shot. Miss. Frost attacks are cool. Yeah. And you can take some cover there, Lindsay. And I will pummel this guy to death. Some of us took damage, mainly me. So I should take their potions for sure.
Our duty calls.
Just like bow ties are cool. I mean, we can agree to disagree now. I could use one in my belt, but I have one in my inventory, so I will use this. Use the other one. There, I'm full health. Actually, what are the equipment on those two? Do you guys have free slots in your belts? That might be important.
We should prepare.
I need L2.
What troubles you? And
No,
Lindsay was called forth.
You have some free slots for potions, so I'll give you a potion bottle.
Adventures call to them.
And Tartusio, I don't want you to die yet. You have potions, you're fine. So I'll give the other potion to Lindsay. You can use potions out of your backpack without any penalty, but if you're in combat, you can only use potions that are on your belt. So you have to have them pre-equipped to your characters. So Lindsay, equipment. I'll give you the second potion bottle there.
Anything is possible.
I'm trusting you here.
All three. Oops, you should be up front. That's my bad. I should be.
I shall not fail.
Anyone in here? I can't believe it. That could have been us. Well, their adventures have certainly come to an end. Good aligned, evil aligned. Oh no, is everyone dead? Yes, Lindsay, they are. Pathetic. They couldn't even defend themselves. But they thought they could conquer the stolen lands? This looks like a kitchen. Oh, there we go. And there's Amory about to fight 3 people all by herself.
It's the end for you rats!
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
You can hang back and let her fight on her own, but I always jump in. Let's see. Let's try to attack this guy if you can. There, Lindsay.
You deserved it.
Nice hit. Oh. And Tartusio, Frost attack the same target.
Die already.
Well, I will try to charge in if I can. I can't because I don't have a straight line because someone's in the way. Thanks, Tartusio. I will run over to this guy because we're going to keep attacking him.
Aim carefully.
I don't have any other movement left. At this point, I'll turn on my halo because why not? And I could activate Stunning Fist, but it won't help me at the moment. I will, for free, fight defensive in case they swing at me, because I'm not attacking this turn. And that'll be my turn. Down he goes. Lindsay, attack this guy again. Nice hit. Your turn can end. Frost attack the last guy.
Time to get my hands dirty again.
Nice hit. I will turn off fight defensive because I don't need to do that anymore. And I'll full attack the last guy. Down he goes. Whoa.
Oh, it's you. Stay up from under my feet or I'll strike you down.
The barbarian's face is distorted with rage. She grinds her teeth and sweat drips from her forehead. Noticing Tartusio, she swings her sword but stops it just in time. You could have finished the blow, Emery. You have no idea how much trouble you're going to save us if he dies.
Blood for Gorum!
Emery takes a deep breath, then barks out, "Blood for Gorum!" Swinging her bloody sword, she runs towards the sound of battle. Gorum, also known as our Lord in Iron, is a god of battle above all other pursuits. It is said that he would rust away into nothingness if there's ever a time where no more conflicts to be fought. His faithful believe he is present in every iron weapon of war that is forged. So, not exactly my god, because I don't use weapons, but hey.
Barbarians.
Hey.
I think that's exactly how heroes should be.
I told you, Lindsay. See, you should be following her.
Stupid, sweaty, and always looking for something to gobble up or lop the head off of? Calistria, save me from such heroes.
Calistria, also known as the Savored Sting and the Unquenchable Fire, is the goddess of lust and revenge who takes on many faces and disguises. She's held in especially high regard by elves, who often identify with her mercurial moods and changeable nature. A fondness for wasps has earned this vengeful deity this title of Savored Sting. Such creatures live on after harming their enemies, a trait Calistra's followers hope to emulate when pursuing their goals. If I'm playing a chaotic character, Calistra is one I follow. For reasons, but lawful character makes no sense for me to like Kalistra all that much. You guys have any potions on you? You do. Thank you. There they are, the assassins. They don't even follow a creed. This is your last chance. Drop your weapons. It will spare your lives. So generous. I'm afraid I can't offer you the same courtesy. Hey, you ugly mug, get them. And that's a frost giant. And you're all dead. Glad I was a part of that fight, because that would have killed us.
This way.
Oh, potion bottle. Large person, light wounds, free spear. I could use it, but I don't need it.
Right.
The passage is blocked. You can't make it through this way. Stupid frost giant. So some things require a skill check. It will go with the person who has the highest mod for it, which will probably be me.
Done.
Oh, we're in combat.
Everyone.
Time to charge. They're both. Oh, you're a bowman. Let's. I can't get the bowman in a straight line. Something. Not sure why that is. Oh well. I'll go with. I'll take the free bonus. Bam. And focus fire the bowman for me. Missed.
Out of my way!
Potion.
The road awaits. Tread lightly.
Break an armory. I'm sure Jamandi won't mind if we borrowed some weapons. Okay.
Anything else?
This works for me.
Hold L3 to highlight all interactive items. Let's see. Longbow, mace, banded mail.
Let us bide our
So
time.
they walked on.
We should move.
Breastplate. Oh, a key. We should grab that. Tower shield. None of us can use that. The sorcerer and... Wait, what are you, Tartusio?
I deserve better.
Sorry, I forgot what you were. I don't need swords when I'm rocking these guns. Flex his bicep. Yeah. Chaotic evil. I wonder if Tertisia's on my side or not. Yeah, sorcerer, yeah, he's not...
I shall not fail.
So, yeah. They can't use any of the armors, and they don't need a melee weapon, really. What's this?
What have we here? This chest is full of gold. I guess it's for the guards' salaries, all things considered. Well, those freeloaders don't seem to have been working too hard for it. Maybe we should pocket it instead.
Tertusia looks at the chest on the table and rubs his hands together.
What? No, we're heroes, not thieves.
Who said we were stealing it? We'll just take the gold for safety so the assassins don't get it. And then we can heroically return it to Jamandi when this is all over.
Stealing from a sword roller in her own mansion, she'd have our heads.
How would she know it was us and not the assassins? Unless someone planned on telling her.
The gnome throws a sideways glance at Lindsay.
Don't drag me into this. You do what you want, but I'm not taking a single coin.
And neither am I.
You can count on me.
You can carry a certain amount of weight. Yep.
Oh, familiar faces. I hope you're not so frightened as to swing at every shadow. It's me, Jaethal. I don't recommend advancing down the hallway, assuming you value your life, of course. There were a few people with me, and you can see what happened to them.
The pale elf looks eerie in the semi-darkness, like a ghost given flesh.
And just how did they all end up dead while you don't seem to have a scratch?
Tertutio eyes Jaethal suspiciously.
I'll answer but briefly and just once. Further scares and explanations will wait until we aren't being hunted by a group of assassins. Deal? All right. I'm undead. These traps are deadly to the living, but they're harmless to me.
What do you mean undead? Really? Like zombies or skeletons or...
As I said, further explanations will wait until later. All you need to know right now is that we're on the same side, and we have to fight off a small army of hired assassins. Let's get to it.
Jaethal looks at Lindsay as though at an annoying fly. It's like, look, lady, What? Oh, this is how to find traps. Yep. Oh, this loops back around. Yeah. Okay, so... How do I... Nope. Go into search mode. No, that's the cursor.
Right. I see something.
Oh. We'll deal with that in a second. See if there's anyone in here. Nope.
I'm by your side.
And Lindsay's the one with trickery, so she'll disarm it. Or try to, anyway.
Applause, please.
Good job, Lindsay. We'll move very slowly.
I've spotted something.
This is why perception is important, because you can spot traps.
Applause, please.
And give your bard or rogue time to disarm stuff. Also, when we spot traps, it stops, it freezes, it halts our movement immediately to warn me that we've seen something important.
This way.
Thing. Scroll of Bless, Scroll of Shield Faith. I know someone who can use those. Oh, I can do it. We can switch in here.
Ask. Request.
These are spells that she can use. Scroll of Bless and Scroll of Shield of Faith. Now, the thing to know about Jaethal, because she's an undead, she takes damage from healing, from positive energy, from healing spells, and gains HP from harm. So it's something. If she's in your party, you have to be careful with her, otherwise you can easily kill her by accident by just doing, especially with big healing spells. What are you dallying for? I'm telling you, Jamandi's cache has to be here somewhere. Well, hurry it up before Stop! Someone's coming!
And then our leader charged forwards. Hey, wait for me!
Jathal, you can... No sense using one of your judgments, because you're pretty early on in a fight. You want to save, because I believe she's an Inquisitor, and Inquisitors, they only have a judgment per rest or something like that, so probably not great use of her abilities if we fire those now. We'll have her move up to this guy, because I'm hoping to get my line of... Well, who's going to act first? Lindsay is cute. I like her. Yeah, Lindsay's cool. You know what? Delay. So he's acting next, then Lindsay, then this guy. Yeah, you going forward isn't the greatest move. But you are going to probably head toward Lindsay. So what I'll do, actually, is I'll move in your way. So you can't just charge right at her. But if I delay, then she can attack later. Yeah, we'll just delay after his turn. Yep, and their initiative permanently lowers for a bit. Oh, I have it backwards. Oh, no, I have it backwards. It's bottom up, not top down. I'm dumb. Well, oh well. We'll have you delay after Serpentia. Whoopsie. New interface for me. Charge this guy, because we know he's going to charge us anyway. Now Tertuccio can take a shot at this guy. Miss.
Serves you right.
You can 5 foot for free without provoking. And turn there.
Unworthy.
Scythe. Super dead. Ow.
A solid plan.
Yay for full attack. What did they say about a cache? Curious. Take your potions.
And so they walked on.
Or potions. Where'd the potions go? Oh, there they are.
I shall not fail.
No one else got touched, so we're okay. And the first puzzle of the game. Where there's a painting here that moves if you get these statues in a certain way.
We should move.
I will indulge you.
Our duty calls.
And if we wanted to take the stuff in the cache, we would solve this puzzle to take it, but I'm not interested in robbing her, so we're good.
Urgathoa guides me.
And here we can see what actually, even with the reduced thing, we can take a look at the dialogue, at the combat log if we want, if we're particularly confused what happened.
That is possible.
You're but a footnote in our story.
Whoop. We're in combat. Ooh, missed. Right, so... attack the guys closest to us. We'll charge in after this guy. Try to go over to this guy. double move to get into range with him. I think we're okay for now. I don't need judgment yet. How many enemies are there? 1, 2, 3... 3 enemies? Yeah, we don't need to use up any of our bardic inspiration stuff, but we will tag this guy with a shot.
You deserved it.
Oh, nice hit, Lindsay. Good God. Just hang back there. Oh, Casey's here. Miss. Bowman focused on us. Tushio, let's tag the guy in front of us, please. Giblet physics. Yeah. I'll full attack the guy in front of me.
Forwards.
I missed both times. Awesome.
Wretched things.
Nice hit, Jathel. And might as well close the distance with this guy if you can. You can't? Oh. Well, never mind then. Your turn's over. Lindsay, take your shot. He's near death anyway.
Last wishes.
Miss. She hit the ground here. Just tunk. Must have hit the bush or the statue. Oh. Casey took a bad hit. And down he goes.
Everything is so much fun with a little fire. What a night, huh? I thought I was all alone. It's good you're here. A bit boring, chasing fool assassins without anyone watching the show.
The Tiefling girl you saw at the reception before the attack stops nearby and waves her tail in excitement.
It's not fun at all. Many people have died for nothing.
Oh, I passed my world knowledge. You sound like a Killishite, am I right?
Of course. I'm from Kadira. But tales of hot deserts and shady oases can wait until the fighting's finished. But if you'd like to share a dinner and pleasant conversation, just say the word. I like making new friends.
Kadira, the westernmost satrapy of the Padish Empire of Kalish. Kadira is a kingdom with the power of the sprawling empire at its back. Kadira is Kalish's doorway to the inner sea region, and it's perhaps the single most valuable piece of real estate on Golarion. Golarion, that's the name of this place. Let the bodies hit the floor intensifies. That's Casey for you, yeah. We have been. So I'll say there are assassins on the prowl. We have to go.
I don't know where you're heading, but I'll be at the entrance to the main hall. I think I saw some guards there. Join me there, if you wish.
The Tiefling salutes you and runs ahead nimbly. She seems nice.
Right.
Well, we're going to loot these guys for potions, so we'll be there in a bit.
Let us bide our time.
More corpses on the floor here. It's not easy to wash out blood, you know.
You can count on me.
Lotus, I can sense your silhouette hovering over me. It won't be much longer. Soon we shall meet, O Lord of Oblivion.
A dwarf is lying on the ground, staring into the dark sky. He doesn't seem to have any severe wounds, but his trembling whisper is weak, as he was at death's door. Grotius is the god of the end times, a sentient and cruel moonlet that looks down upon the boneyard and waits for the last living soul to die. When Pharasma judges the last soul after the last living body dies on the material plane, Grotius will descend into the boneyard and move on to the material plane to clean up and pack the dust away for another reality. No one really knows what Grotius is going to do once the last soul is judged, but it is generally accepted that it will not be pleasant. Aren't you being a bit premature? Look at yourself. You've barely got a scratch.
That's impossible. Oh, it seems you might be right.
Grotius sounds like the moon in Zelda Majora's Mask. Yeah, actually. Just let me know when I can crash into everything. Oblivion awaits. Grotius, can you hang out up there for a bit? Thanks. The dwarf lifts his head and inspects his body carefully, then tries to move his hands and feet.
It seems I will live. I suppose I must postpone meeting my god. Not for long, I'm sure. But while we remain in this transient world, Arim is at your service.
Arim. There we go. The dwarf grunts as he regains his feet and warily looks down at his blood-stained armor. Guy was like, I have blood in me. It means I'm dying. Thud. And it's like, no. That's their blood, not yours, genius. Guy's a little too eager to die. Clerics and druids can convert the spells spontaneously. So a cleric doesn't need to prepare healing spells. They can just go, I can make healing spells. Same with evil ones. Oh, we can change our formation? We probably should do that. You're right. Nice wedge formation's probably good. That way people kind of hang behind me, because I do want people to be drawn to attack me at the moment. Because I'm the person with the... I think I'm the person with the highest AC right now. Arim might have more than me, I think. Let's find out.
Our duty calls.
Yeah, that was the part that confused me when I played the first time. I played a cleric. Yeah. So you don't know, as a cleric, you don't need to prepare your healing spells all the time. You can prepare other spells, and in a pinch, you can always heal. If you're evil, you can always do harm. Oops, wrong thing. I needed equipment. I need equipment. And so I have 17.
I always have a second class.
State your desire. Something more simple.
Ooh, Jaethel actually has more armor class than I do. Her touch speed's lower than mine.
Well, sorry. Was lost in thought.
And Arim is... So, actually, those two are on the same tier as I am, so I should probably reform... I should do a custom formation. So, whoops, darn it. Hold on. Select. We'll move your position back. We definitely want us three up front. I'll be center. You'll be on my left. You'll be on my right. Doesn't snap it terribly well, but oh well, it doesn't need to be perfect. Caster closest to the back. Yep, we want the casters further back. And like Jaethel is an inquisitor, so he's a caster, but a martial caster. And clerics can tank, so he can sit up front. But the bard and the sorcerer, they need to hang back because we don't want them to get rushed by the enemy if we have bad luck.
Let us bide our time.
There, see? And they'll stay in formation as best they can. I don't like formations being too clumped together. I see why you'd clump together just so you don't run into traps and stuff, but spreading out it means you have a bit more room to charge and attack stuff.
You, run and get an axe. You, bring more water. You, stay here and hold our defense. Those assassins are still around here somewhere.
Also note, I don't want putting the casters too far back, because if something ambushes us from behind, they're very far away from the front line. The stout man's unshaven face is covered with scars. There's blood on his armor, but he doesn't seem to notice his wounds as he confidently gives orders to the guards.
Aha! Some of our guests survived. Good. You need to get to the banquet hall and help Lady Jamandi.
What's going on here?
Someone opened the gate, let in a group of assassins in the middle of the night. Now they've set the mansion on fire to cut off access to the hall. They don't want Lady Jamandi to get reinforcements. We cleared the passage so you can get through. Just try to avoid inhaling the smoke. We'll be right behind you. We just need to put out the fire first to save the mansion.
Gotcha.
Considering Lady Jamandi's fate, I'm not surprised that a whole pack of assassins were unleashed on her, including a giant. But what's at stake? What could anyone hope to gain?
The tiefling squints, obviously curious and thinking quickly. She has a good head on her shoulders. Do you need help putting up the fire?
No, we'll manage. I've got my best people here, those who still live. Your place is by Lady Aldori's side.
Okay.
It doesn't seem right. What if some of the guards are wounded? We need to help them.
Oh, who are you, by the way? That way I know who exactly sent me.
Keston, House Gares, a fighter in the service of Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori. Right now, I'm in charge of the mansion guards. As you can see, there's a lot to do.
No kidding. House Garess is based in the western part of Brevoy, in the foothills of the Galushkin Mountains. It is led by Lord Howland Garess, who is a widower. His adoptive heir is Toval Golka, a dwarf and son of the clan chief of the Golka Dwarves Holding. House Garess had a good relationship with the Golka Dwarves until the dwarves vanished. Members of the house work the metal that the dwarves mined. The house's motto is strong as the mountains. Well, okay then. That shows why this guy is made of stern stuff.
If I were a rich and influential lady like Jamandi, I'd also get myself a manly captain of the guard. Or two.
The girl casts a coy look at Keston and remarks sweetly. I mean, it's not a bad idea. Where's the hall?
You'll have to run through the fire. We've almost put it out at the entrance, so your main concern should be to not inhale any smoke. Hold your breath and take the first right, then head straight down the hallway.
All right, I'll get going.
Fire doesn't frighten me, thanks to hell's blood running in my veins. I'll go ahead and wait for you on the other side. Catch up!
The tiefling girl starts off and dashes through the fire. The plane of hell is the ultimate expression of evil order in the great beyond, of the weak subjugated to serve the strong. Keep it in your pants, Casey. Yeah. The weak subjugated to serve the strong, of complete obedience and unquestioning faith. Its tortures are not willful and random like the torments of the abyss, or purely sadistic and spiteful like those of Abaddon. Evil and obedience here are honed to a razor's edge in service to a greater purpose, that of bending the will of souls, and the very architecture of creation itself to the greater glory of the Lord Asmodeus and his perfect order. Divided into 9 distinct layers, each ruled by an archdevil, loyal to Asmodeus, hell is the home of myriad devils and other evil outsiders, and sadly, the final destination for countless mortal souls. Yeah, this is why people get nervous around tieflings. It's like, yeah, they're related to someone from that realm, but then again, it's the same thing as Aasimar. A lot of tieflings tend to be evil, but they're not destined to be evil. Hell sounds like my last job at McDonald's. Nah.
May Abadar keep you safe.
Abadar, the god of cities, laws, and merchants, and wealth, also called the god of walls and ditches. Kind of a weird title, but okay. In the Eastern Dragon Empires, is known to be a patient deity, maintaining a strong neutral stance in his actions. He sets forth to expand civilization and order among the peoples of Golarion. I believe Abadar is I think he's a lawful neutral god off the top of my head. Alright, go through the fire. Here we go. Whee! Some game events play out as illustrated book episodes. The decisions you make during these episodes can have drastic impact on the development of the game's plot. As with dialogues, you will often need to make various skill checks during these episodes. Depending on circumstance, sometimes you will not be able to read fast enough and the little pop-up will go away, at which point you'll just have to live with it. Darn thing. So one thing I did with the immersive mode, normally when you're normally playing, you would see little things next to the choices, and it would let you know, hey, by the way, this is a DC X check or DC Y check. I like blind choosing, and you're like, well, I might have the right, I'll just take it and hope that's the correct choice. But I know what my stats are, so I know what I'm most likely to achieve. And it also won't just use the main character, it'll use the character in your party who has the highest in that skill. So if I don't have Knowledge Arcana, but someone else does, they'll get the check rather than me. And so our adventure started, earlier and much more tragic than we expected. The whole team who'd gathered in the hall yesterday had been reduced to but a handful of brave souls. Lived by Sapentia, and not at all by that scoundrel Tartusio, no matter what he might have imagined of himself, Jamandi Aldori was waiting for us. But to get to her, we'd have to march through the fire, literally. As we approached the burning building, we dredged ourselves with buckets of water, because that's actually a good way to, if you have to go through fire, the water does kind of give you some level of protection. Prudence is the key to victory. Before moving through the fire, we thoroughly wet our clothes and hair. After that, we covered our noses and mouths before we rushed inside. We could try to find a more less dangerous passage, but that's probably the only way we can get through. It's a good thing we hadn't wasted any time. After entering the building and taking just a few steps forward, the wall behind us slanted and crashed down with a terrible crackling sound, blocking the way back. While we may not have planned on going back, if we'd come in a little later, the flaming logs and red-hot bricks would have fallen right on our heads. Regardless, we were left with only one way to go. So earlier, there was the two options of drench yourself and look for another way. You can do one of those, but not both. If you do both, you automatically will fail this third check. So this is one of those checks where it doesn't matter what your stats are, it matters in what order you make your choices. So that's something to keep in mind later on. The hot air burned our lungs, and our eyes watered from the smoke. But Serpenta led us stubbornly through the flames, while Tartusio did nothing useful at all. We made it to the hallway leading to the banquet hall when we heard someone calling for us. It was Valerie, one of the guards I chatted with a bit in the banquet hall. Even then, in that calm setting, I'd been stunned by her beauty. But now, amid the smoke and flame, she looked like a celestial avenger. An armored deity, menacing but beautiful and merciful, descending from the higher spheres to help us poor mortal souls. She held a burned, barely living guard in her arm. "There are two more," she shouted as she passed by us. "They're wounded. Help me pull them out." Tartusio grumbled something about how Jamande was waiting for us. Meanwhile, Serpentia... the GM pulled a yes but card. Yeah. I'll save the guards from the fire. It's a goodly action rather than a neutral action. But if we can get them out and we can survive this, and more guards... There's no need to let these guards die needlessly, I don't think. Succeeded in an athletics check. Ooh, if I didn't have a good athletics, I might have failed that and gotten hurt. Saving the poor fellows didn't take long. Together, we lifted them up and carried them away from the fire. Only then did Valerie pause to catch her breath, and wipe the sweat from her face. "Thank you. That was truly noble of you," she said. "And now let us rush to Lady Eldori's aid." Ensuring the guards we rescued were relatively safe, we made our way to the hall, where the battle was already in full swing. Gain 9 experience. Huzzah! Now, as I recall, one of our characters is fatigued, so I will use my Lesser Restoration spell on Valerie. Cast a spell? Hello?
Each step brings us closer to...
Oh, our formation's all screwed up because she joined us. She's a fighter, so I know we want her up front, so move her up. We'll keep her on the right flank, move the other shield wielder to the left flank. I'll move to his side. Jamil will be at her side. The casters will stay where they are.
I'll go ahead.
So let's reform. But first, we need to take care of that fatigue, because fatigue is a debuff that will affect us later. So I want to cast this on Valerie. Takes a bit to cast, but now she's free of her fatigue. Do you have potions on you, lady?
Here.
You do not. You have Potion of Faith, and she has a tower shield. Can't see a thing. Just hides behind this massive shield with her longsword. Have a couple. And you can have enlarged person. Anyone else hurting for potions? Oops, no, we can't rest here. I know. Harem, you do need potions, so here you go. He can heal himself, but better to not waste it. Giving Jaethal potions is a bad idea, because he'll just hurt herself.
Don't tolerate fools.
Tartusio, you have enough potions.
Lindsay was called for.
Lindsay has potions. I have potions.
Our duty calls.
All right. To the banquet hall. And once you leave a certain area, you can... So all the stuff you had before, you can gather it as you leave a dungeon. Oh, I missed some potions. Ooh, good thing. So you can grab stuff if you missed it. There's some goods we can grab. I don't think the banded mail's better than what our cleric or fighter has. Breastplate... Yeah, no, I'll leave this all behind.
Let us bide our time.
Were tower shields used with longswords? I thought they were used more with spears and a short auxiliary sword. Generally, yeah. You would use a tower shield. If you did walk around with a tower shield, you had a spear to reach around it. A longsword can do the job too. But yeah, normally you would have a spear that you would reach around with. Or you'd plant the tower shield down and hide behind it when archers are firing at you from afar. Like you'd have... Basically, it's mobile cover.
The road awaits.
Oh.
We should prepare.
Oh, the problem with tower shields, they're pretty heavy, so... Reinforcements are already on the way. Say your prayers, scum. As Jamandi's fighting the frost giant in that thing. We should get over there.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
To battle. As those two fight the frost giants. Valerie is a very uncomplicated fighter, so charge. Can you? You can't. Alright, cool. Let's get you over to that rift channel over there, because they are going to be an issue. My paladin I was talking about... Wow, that's very loud. 1 second, turn myself down. My paladin I was talking about earlier had a buckler and a rapier. She was dex-based. Dex-based paladin. Ooh, that's a choice. But hey, if it works. I'm used to paladins going sword and board and plate. Let's give you fight defensively, because you're going to draw some fire there, Valerie. End your turn. Jaethal, this is the big fight, so you should probably use one of your judgments. Abilities. What do they do? So she give herself a bonus to damage rolls, healing. Oh, that's a bad idea for her. Judgment. That's attack rolls. What's destruction then? On damage. So increase her to hit, concentration, armor class, or saving throws, or resistance, or smiting. The music just died out for a second, threw me off. So you should probably choose Judgment Protection, because we're going to get mobbed here. That costs her nothing. That's something she can do for free. She can't charge anyone, I don't think. Oh, she can charge this guy. Yeah, charge this assassin. Bam. That's going to draw the bowman's attention. Oh, hit Casey. Water blast. Meanwhile, Harem, what can you do? You can bless us all, true strike, heal, touch of chaos, destructive smite. Yeah, bless us all. That's a good safe spell that will get everyone in range. Yep. Blessing from the God of Oblivion. That's a weird thing, but hey, it does eat his action though. But we will make him move closer to this side to back up, to stay on the left flank and draw some attention. It did work. I was very light and fast on my feet, constantly moving around while the Conquest Paladin stood in front line and tanked. I was more of a single target DPS. When I picked you out, you will die. So you weren't. Your goal wasn't to tank hits. It was to do as much damage as you could. Makes sense. You'd want to be fast. You didn't want to be slowed down by heavy armor and stuff. There's the assassin leader, who now has buffed himself. And then there's me. I will try to charge someone if I can. I can't, so I will fight defensive. And then we'll go over to this guy to try to maintain our formation. Oh, I can attack him too. Miss. Now's the time for our bardic inspiration, our inspire courage. Which is that worth our time? Hold on. Is that worth our time to do? +1 morale bonus on saving throws against charm and fear. Competence bonus on attack and weapon. Yeah, this is good. This is good. So inspire courage. She sings music, and she can take a shot at nobody because that use up her action. Let's move you up a little bit so you can stay in the fight, but maintain formation. End your turn. Meanwhile, we're seeing the might of an Eldori Sword Lord soloing a friggin' 2-for-1ing a Frost Giant. Okay, Tortuccio, I know you want to stay safe, but you also don't want to die, so you'll probably want to Magic Missile the leader. Dunk. Miss. Once we drop the Rift Channelers, that should once Eldori's fight is done, we can get her. She can come and help us, I think. Hey, Frost Giant's dead. Okay, drop your fight defensive because you don't need it anymore. Valor will attack normally. Oh god, super dead. That was a crit. Go to the next guy. Meanwhile, just thought I could take care of this assassin. Miss. You can stay where you are. Miss. Nice hit, Casey. Keep saying her name wrong, I know it. And we don't need Touch of Chaos because that's for help. That's great for fighting one powerful guy. He's already blessed. He might do destructive smite. Let's have you double up on my assassin. Actually, I'm gonna be fighting him, so you can go on. Oh, you can't get to him. Can you charge at him at this moment? Because I'd rather he didn't stay unaccosted. That's kind of an issue. I had Sentinel, Mage Slayer, the Vengeance Paladin ability to run after you as part of an opportunity attack. I could always cast Haste on myself or Hunter's Mark on my opponents. It was a very offensive class. Yeah, it's a lot of, you can't get away from me. You're my target, I will now chase you. Yeah, let's charge that bowman back there so he doesn't do anything. I will provoke from this assassin, but that's fine. I think getting one of the bowmen to stop shooting from range is a good idea. Miss. Oh, dropped him. Good shot. Oh, Bandit Leader just did something. What did he do? We don't know what he did. Never mind. Whoa, Manticore. Oh, no. Those damn Rift Channelers. Miss. Finish my target.
Attack.
I hit him, but not for much. Yeah, Lindsay, take a shot at this guy, I think. Actually, what's days look like for you? Days clouds the mind of a low HD person. They take no actions. Are you gonna kill him? You might kill him at badly injured. Miss. I was so close to getting to level 15 where if I found an enemy attack me, I could take an opportunity attack. So no matter what you did in your turn, I will smite you. It's like, I'm swinging at you no matter what you do. Oh, miss. All right, Tortuccio. Let's have you continue your magic missile barrage at the leader. The weaker he is, the easier he will be for us, because he's probably their best fighter among them. Miss. It's weird that the music soars and then it comes to nothing. Oh, Emery's here. Hello. Oh, Manticore scary. And it's dead.
Stay behind me.
Ah, whiff. Valerie has only the one hit strike, so her turn's done. Jathal. Focus on your guy.
Wretched thing.
Down he goes. Your turn's over. Guess he missed her target. Harem, you're kind of out of position, but let's have you double back and focus on the guy in front of me. And he gets gibbed. Ooh. Don't want to... Ah, he made me fearful. No, no, I'm running away. Damn it. Run away, Sentinel. Attack my friend, Sentinel. Cast spell, Mage Slayer, attack me. Soul of Vengeance. If you did anything more aggressive than a glare, I stab you. Yeah. Lindsay could shoot at... Wait, can she snap me out of my fear? No, I don't think so. No. Inspire Courage is the only way she's helping me. She can't really do anything else. Okay. So let's take a shot at... We could try to daze the assassin leader, but I don't think that will work on him. So we'll focus on this Rift Channeler. Try to free up Valerie.
Deserved it.
Miss. That's okay. Magic Missile the leader some more. Dunk. It's free damage. Well, free. It's undodgeable damage without shield. And now Amory's fighting a Hydra? Yep, that's a Hydra, alright. Try to get these Rift Channelers. And he's dead. Rush over to this Bowman. Jathal, you can try to charge the leader. Yep. Yeah, he has mirror image up, so he's hard to hit right now.
What a waste.
Whiff. Oh, I've snapped out of it. So I can't attack anybody really. So I'll start heading over to the Rift Channeler.
Solid plan.
Ah, fear. My will save's terrible, so until I'm immune to fear as a monk, I'm kind of gonna just keep running away. That's unfortunate. Until the assassin leader's scared off, or killed off rather. Yes. He dies because he provoked from 2 different people. Oops. Magic Missile, the leader. Yeah, he's almost dead now. Amory, I wish you would attack that Rift Channeler so the Sword Lord can help us. Dead Hydra. Okay, let's ignore him because he has a bunch of guys around him. Let's have you charge this guy down. Nice. That should pop.
Despicable.
Killed one of the mirror image.
Become as dust.
Provoked by casting a spell. I can't attack this guy because I have to do a will save every time I go near him.
Forwards.
Oh, I made it. We might have broken a concentration. Oh, she's still trapped in there. Oh, well, never mind. So much for that plan. Oh, we had to kill those guys anyway.
This is where I step in.
Last mirror image, so he has no protection now. We're out of regular spells, so he'll just have to use his Frost Blast. Miss. Treating affliction. Can you charge him right now? I don't think so. No. Just attack him normally. And he's dead. Huzzah!
Each step brings us closer to the end.
Start grabbing some potions off the ground. Ooh. Potion of bark skin. Bracers of armor, most likely. Alchemist fire. Acid flasks. Good steal off the leader.
I shall not fail.
Trusting you here.
Frost giant. Nah. Praise be Aristotle, we made it. Time to count our losses, I suppose. Oh, how are you doing? So many deaths. The night stokes our rage. The grief and tears will come at dawn. Oh, okay. Not even departed. We already run our first battle. Seems like a good omen, right? I mean, I suppose. Alright. Nothing else to loot, so let's talk to the Sword Lord.
Observe the others. Learn from their...
Thank you for your valor and bravery. The enemy was strong, but you were stronger. And that means I made the right choice.
I mean, yeah.
Just as I thought, there were worthy leaders among you. I'm especially grateful to them for the courage and common sense they showed while defending the mansion. But this attack means we have even less time than I thought. Someone already knows of our plans and is acting against us. You'll begin your expedition immediately.
As Jemani catches her breath, she looks over the trashed banquet hall and salutes the survivors.
Lady Aldori, please, I know who arranged this attack. The vile king of Pitax, Iroveti. What's more, I know who among us works for him. Hey, you! Show everyone the ring you're wearing. You think I wouldn't recognize Iroveti's seal? That's why she wasn't killed. The bandits recognized her as one of their own by this signet ring.
And, whoops. Pitax, long a haven for thieves and smugglers. Pitax is a hub for trade in the River Kingdoms. It aspires to be a center of culture and higher learning as well, but cannot escape its more unsavory origins. Taticia is trying to set me up. He's the one who gave me this ring.
Yes. Such a gambit would be typical of Iroveti and his henchmen. And yet, it still seems suspicious.
Made the persuasion check.
There's definitely a spy among us. But who? All I have is one word against another. I'm afraid you're both under suspicion.
Yes, the very suspicious Aasimar. I suppose I could be a lying Aasimar. That's a fair shot.
They both came to your aid, Lady Jamandi. But a liar's cunning knows no bounds. I've never met these two or their companions. For all I know, they're all conspiring spies.
Thanks, Tiefling. Appreciate it.
How could you say that? We fought together. We literally went through fire together. And then you vanished into thin air. After you promised you'd wait.
Okay, no need to squabble.
My words might be rash.
Aw, the Tiefling is obviously embarrassed. She's like, I'm not trying to insult you, I'm just pointing out the possibility.
I bet my life despises anyone but this woman. I saw how she dealt with those creeps with my own eyes. A true warrior. I'd go with her through hell and high water. This purple crook, on the other hand.
Spits on the floor with contempt. Oh god, she did.
In the mug of a spy!
Look, that's just him being a gnome. That's not very nice.
Lady Aldori, don't listen to this thick-headed barbarian. She doesn't know what she's talking about. During the attack, our leader showed her true colors. She forced us to break into the armory and rob it.
Well, that's not how it went there, Tartusio, but forgive me my trespass. In my defense, we were in the middle of battle and in dire need of weapons, though we found none there that were useful to us, unfortunately.
Considering the circumstances, that was more than reasonable.
That was a sound decision. Sometimes one must act at one's own risk and peril, until crossing the boundaries of what is allowed. Showing initiative is no crime.
It is insane when faced with death to stop and question whether you may be breaking some law or rule. Even more insane would be to ask forgiveness for making the right decision. Sorry, but your words display a lack of wisdom.
Forget you, RM. Jesus. Can I attack Tartusio now? No, if we attack them here and now, not that we're allowed to, but even if I can imagine at the tabletop, I was like, you could, I wouldn't do it though, because right now she doesn't know if either me or Tartusio are behind the attack. So, you know.
What about that trick she pulled right before we came in here? She knew very well you were fighting the enemy, but instead of rushing to help you, she dallied as long as she could, dropping everything to save people from the fire, even though the guards were handling things just fine. She was obviously hoping to show up too late and find you already dead.
I wouldn't have saved them without good reason. Dead soldiers are useless, but the wounded could still help Keston defend the mansion. How about a persuasive wedgie? I mean, if we're at a table, totally go for it.
Cruel, but true.
It was perfectly reasonable, just the way a leader should think.
How could you say such a monstrous thing? Is that the way the hero of my book would talk? You sound more like a villain.
I'm being practical. Look, we were under attack. People's lives were endangered. That was probably an evil action an evil thing I just said. That's why Lindsay's mad at me.
Enough squabbling.
Thank you.
Still not sure which of you I can trust.
Me.
However, the risk of entrusting the whole affair to a spy is too great. Here's what we'll do. 2 teams will head out. That way, I'll know at least one group can be counted on to serve my interests in the stolen lands.
Lady Aldori, most of those who were to set off for the stolen lands have been killed. Those who yet live will require help. Please allow me to join the expedition.
Valerie bows respectfully to the Sword Lord.
I'm sad to lose such a talented warrior. But you're right, Valerie. They have greater need of you right now. Go, and may Abadar keep you. Which of the 2 teams would you prefer to accompany?
If my leader allows, I would join her team.
Hey!
She seems a worthy commander in my eyes.
Woo, I get a good fighter. Nice.
Commanders, military leaders, all these laws and rules are but dust and vanity. I suppose I will accompany Tartuccio.
Yeah, I'm a lawful person, he is not, so not shocked. And I chose lawful decisions in front of him, so Arim is not terribly enthused to fight with me. Makes sense.
I like how our leader does things. Efficient, and without unnecessary spiritual agonizing. I'll go with her.
Not sure I like having Jathal's stamp of approval, because she's definitely evil, but oh well, I'll take it.
Efficient? I'd say heartless. Would the protagonist of my book do such a thing? No. I guess I'd better go with Tartusio.
Wow, I don't get Lindsay? Oh no!
As for me, I know neither of these 2. At least not well enough. And I have no wish to become an unwitting pawn to an unworthy leader. If Lady Jamandi allows, I'll remain in Restov and help mend the wounds this attack has inflicted. But who knows? The road may bring me to the stolen lands, but not yet.
Yeah, she's in no rush to join either side. Makes sense.
I don't even need to think. I'm coming with this woman. As for you, Purple Toad, just wait until we meet along the way. I'll be sure to hang your rotten spine guts from the tree.
Oh, Emery.
Alright, we have 2 teams. To avoid unnecessary conflict on the road, you'll each take a different route to the stolen lands. Tartuccio's team will go through Navakta's crossing. The garrison commandant will provide him all the help he needs. You will take your team to Oleg Levitin's trading post. He's been complaining about the Stag Lord's bandits for a while now. There, you'll be provided with all the necessary travel supplies.
We get some camping supplies and rations, and science scroll of Raised Dead. Nice. Nivakta's Crossing is a village at the very southern edge of Rostland, protected by a wooden palisade wall surrounding it. The South Rossland Road runs through this village, as does the road leading to the newly established settlement at Varnhold. This place is home to trappers, anglers, hunters, and tradesmen. The locals are a serious bunch and very suspicious of strangers, especially those from the stolen lands. Whoops, slight typo, it happens. Oleg's trading post. This abandoned border fort at the southern end of Rossland found a new life recently. Oleg and Svetlana Levitin, a couple from Rostov, rebuilt it from a trading post. This place is now one of the few hospital shelters for travelers in the surrounding wilderness. Okay. Good enough.
I'd like to believe you, but I know all too well how convincing traitors and spies can be. If you're truly innocent, I hope you can forgive me this precaution.
Oh, I get experience because I got her to believe me.
While you're away, Keston will investigate the night's events and learn who in Rostov is working for Patox. But you should know that it isn't just Patox we need to worry about. The Royal House of Sertova may also interfere in our plans. I've managed to keep this affair a secret from them so far, but that can't last long. By my estimations, you have no more than 3 months. After that, any feats you accomplish will be pointless.
So we are on a timer. We can't be taking rests too much, and the game will track time. So you can game over yourself in this first part of the story. House Sertova, the current ruling family of Brevoy, is also the oldest Brevik noble family and the most influential. The original holdings are the environs of Port Ice in the northern Isia, on the shores of the Lake of Mists and Vales. The Sertovas are known as careful and cunning diplomats. Before Coral the Conqueror invaded, the Sertovas were known as pirates and raiders, and the family still has many connections with the pirates and brigands of the region, many of whom are distant relations of the Sertovo clan. The family motto is, "Ours is the right." Okay, so they're not necessarily evil, but if we take too long, eventually they'll have enough influence that they may just take away what we want, what we're going for anyway. Fair enough.
And now, farewell. This battle was but the first ordeal along your path, and you overcame it as true champions of Rostov. May the obstacles that follow also fall to your feet. Fear nothing, my friends, and return victorious.
Assassinating the assassins. I'm working on a Klingon plot, and I heard Patax as Patox. I mean,
surviving a
not that far off.
night, our small team set off to brave our fate. Beware, stolen lands. Heroes are on the way.
All right. Away we go. That way. Go. Oh, someone's on the road. Get ready. We have no stealth in our group, so it's hard. It's very easy for groups to encounter us. We can't evade them. Oh, we're under attack. And I haven't reset my formation. Lindsay, you're working with Torticios. You are not heroes. She's writing about me after the fact, I suppose. So, fighting defensively is not to my interest at the moment. Charge this one. No? Tree's in the way. I'll charge this one then. Miss. And Amory is raging, so we'll have her charge at the one on the right. Miss. Damn. This is probably our one fight of the day, so Judgment Protection and charge the one on the left? No. Okay, can you just attack it normally? You can't. Oh, damn. I might as well go over there. Thigh-lecking, whatever those are. Ow. Ow. Valerie. Our caster needs more help. She has a high AC, so help the barbarian, I suppose. Can you charge over there? No.
Stay behind me.
I got tagged pretty bad, so I am going to use a potion, I think. potion. Puts me to full. I don't get a full attack, but I can still attack normally.
Aim carefully.
Miss. Rage attack this one. Oh, you whiffed. You could cast spells on this guy. I don't know how helpful that is to you right now. Divine Favor, we want to win this fight for sure. Valerie, stay behind me. Emery, Leroy Jenkins, yeah. Ow. Lots of missing. Good, good. Valerie.
Let us strike his one.
Nice hit. I think it died. It's dead, yep. It's one down. So, let's go wide so we don't get in Emery's way when she wants to charge. Like that. I'll full attack this one. And it's dead. Barbarians do have a plan. The plan is attack. Unfortunately, that screwed our plan to have her charge at him. I don't think she can charge this guy. She can. Charge! Oh. It's high time to set up camp and rest. This is how we restore our hit points, get our spells back, and so on. So yeah, this makes sense. This is a good time to rest. We'll skin these guys.
We should,
you don't,
as you order. Let us bide our time.
I believe skinning is like a survival roll or something. Okay, so we want to rest. Let's change our formation before I forget. So, honestly, we should just use one of the standard formations because actually, if anything, we should be in a line because, whoops, because we're all wanting to charge up, so there's no sense us anyone hiding behind anyone else. We there. That'll fix our formation a bit. It's an unusual formation, but it works for what we are right now.
I shall not fail.
We do have rations. I don't worry about hiding the camp. We're not going to get that. Let's have undead guardians from our necro friend. Someone needs to cook food. I'll try to do that. Oh, no. Oh, she's the best one to cook. Well, I'll do it, because stealthing is not going to matter much. We do need some guards. So we'll have we don't have 2 watches. We do have rations. So we have enough to get there, so we don't need to hunt. So let's put you on watch, on second watch. Yeah, +5. So between myself with cooking, which will... What does cooking do for us? You might get a better outcome. We don't need someone to cook. Actually, in that case, my better... Yeah. I'll help with second watch. And you can go hunt, and maybe you can get us... You can save us some of our rations.
Listen, Stiff. How about you go rot someplace else? I'm sick of even looking at you.
Do I remind you of your own imminent death? Or perhaps you are jealous that I have eternity ahead of me. In any case, I couldn't care less about your opinion.
Oh, we got our rations. Nice. No camp camouflage. We do have undead guardians, so if we do get jumped, we'll have some skeletons to help us. Nope, we're okay. Good.
Let's head out.
Away we go. Oh, Emery still didn't heal up. Damn, hold on. Let's fix that.
What you want?
Oops, I'm giving her potions, not making her use them. Use. Cute. Braces of armor +1. Let's make sure the leader doesn't die. So that will put me at AC of 18.
We should prepare.
Let's put another potion on my belt.
I'm listening.
State your desire.
Done with waiting.
You probably should have more potions on you.
Wow.
That should be good. I suppose during that last fight, Jaethal could have cast some spells, but she was better off just during the big fight at the castle. So let's carry on. To Oleg's trading post.
Remain vigilant.
Oops, wrong person.
Let
Me.
us bide our time.
What? Save ourselves from what?
You can rely on me.
In the name of the Stag Lord, the lawful authority in the Stolen Lands, we demand this week's tax and some beer. And where's that pretty wife of yours, Oleg? She should serve us dinner. Quiet down, dimwit. Oleg, we're just here for the Stag Lord's tax. Hand over the money and we'll be on our way. You want to drink some of my blood, too? I'm sick of you. You're like locusts. You think you can control everything around you here just because you put up that painted rag of yours? You come here and squeeze us dry and come and get... Oleg, a large man with a rough face, stops talking when he notices you. Ah, you must be guests from Restov. I demand my boot to the head. I'm not interested in bloodshed, but I won't let you rob this man. Be on your way, and I'll let you go in peace. The woman smiles coldly. All right, we'll leave. But what makes you think we won't return with greater numbers? Why would we leave when we get easy pickings from Restov before us? We'll rip you out your guts and empty your pockets. Well, one of them just...
stand against me.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. So one of them just ducks out. She's like, nope, I'm not fighting. If you don't want to fight me, I don't want to fight you. Oh, no. Leave Oleg alone. You fiend. Get back here. Rah. Rage. Charge. Dead. Oh, he's a half-orc, so he stays up for a little longer. Justice. We're not worried about being swarmed. Charge. Miss. Alright then. Can I double attack this guy? I could, but not really worth the time, so we'll go for this guy. Charge. No? Attack this guy then. Standard Barbarian. I would like to rage!
Do not falter.
It's like, yeah, that's the action. It's like, well, what else is she gonna do? And Orc dies. Amory, charge the other guy? No, just stab him. And he's dead. I love Amory. But I like Barbarian Lady, so what can I tell you? Might as well get over there and help.
Unworthy. Forwards.
Nice. And we leveled, hooray!
We should move. I shall not fail.
First level. I like Barbarian Ladies. Speaking for personal experience, from personal experience, I like barbarian lady characters, muscle ladies, I'll admit, but yeah. I'm going to level up in Monk. I could level up in something else. There are some prestige classes, but I don't think I qualify for any of them. Alright, I don't think I will. Dragon Disciple, maybe, but that doesn't make sense. I'd want to be a caster. Eldritch Knight, no. Stalwart Defender, maybe. Arcane Trickster makes no sense. I can't be a barbarian because I'm lawful. I'm not lawful good, so I can't be a paladin. Could be something else, but nah. Trying to think if I should bother trying to build toward Stalwart Defender. The thing is with monks, generally it's better to stay monk and not to veer off, because you get all the benefits of leveling up through that and getting your better feats, your better unarmed damage, and so on. Oh, that's not a thing I have to worry about now, so we'll stick with our monk class. We will up. We can get a bit of world knowledge because we have been making that roll a few times. Persuasion I've used, and Lore of Religion I've used. I do get another bonus feat. I already have Dragon Style. Could do Intimidating Prowess if I wanted to intimidate people, because I do have a good strength score. I don't know why it's not recommending it. But it's not, I guess it's not recommended because, like, well, it's a nice roleplay feat, but it's not a great combat feat. Better Initiative's not bad. Bonus to my AC is not bad. I don't want another style, honestly. Combat Reflexes. You may take a number of additional attacks of op equal to your Dex mod. You may also do this while flat-footed. That's not terrible. Combat Reflexes is a pretty safe feat. Blind Fight is good, but I don't think I'm going to be fighting anything that requires visibility, so I'll go with Combat Reflexes. Dodge is good. It does up my AC. I have pretty good AC as it is. So I'm at, what, 17 now? That would put me up to 18. If I take Dodge. What am I worried about? Hitting stuff more often or not getting hit? I don't want to get hit. You're at 18 AC with the bracers. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, let's say right here. Doy. I'm at 19 currently because of dodge. So I am very hard to hit for an unarmored person. And they should all... Oh, I have to tell them to level up? Oh, well. No.
I am your shield.
So she will get weapon focus. She gets burst barrier, which is what? A tower sales specialist. Oh, that's what she is, right? Okay. She's getting weapon focus and bastard sword. Okay. Yeah, like her AC with all her stuff is 23. So we want to make sure she gets a bastard. Is she wielding a bastard sword? If she isn't, I'm going to make sure she gets one. Okay. Next up is Jathal. She is an Inquisitor. That's what I thought. She's going to get Shield of Faith as her spell, I think. Perception's super high. Plus 11. That's incredible. Cutting Initiative. Adds Wisdom modifier to Initiative. Hi, peeps. Hi, Sungif. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Shield of Faith. Not a bad thing for her to take. She's proficient with her Scythe. That's fine. And then we have Amiri. Or Amri, rather. She wants the lethal stand. I'm sickly, alas. Oh, no. Sorry to hear that. What is lethal stand? Oh, wow. So lethal stance, +1 on melee attack rolls, a weapon attack. This is a stance rage power. Okay. And she has a canny dodge, so she doesn't lose her dex to AC that often. That's good. Hope you peeps are good, though. I'm doing alright. I'm having a pretty good day. Alright, so we're all leveled up.
The road awaits.
Talk to our Oleg here. Take that, you scoundrels! Oleg shakes his fist. But now, he scratches his head and stares at the ground gloomily. The girl got away. A plague on her. She's certain to complain to the Stag Lord. They came before to collect taxes, but this time they'll come to punish treason. Now what are we to do? He sighs heavily. If only I could send Svetlana somewhere safe and show those rats what's what. He notices a fair-haired woman approach. Dove, why are you here? I told you to stay hidden. It's all over. I saw it. I just needed to be sure you were all right. The woman looks at her husband tenderly, if with a hint of sorrow. Oleg mumbles something as he looks away, embarrassed. My name is Svetlana. I'm sorry your arrival to our trading post turned out so unwelcoming. I saw someone running out of the trading post. Do you know who it was? That must have been Boken. He sells potions. He lives out in the forest like a hermit, but comes here every day. He knows every tree and bush in the area and how they can help you. The Stag Lord's gang wants him to work for them. He lacks the courage to fight those bandits, but he won't just walk away from us. He has a good heart, even if he grumbles a lot, especially recently. Svetlana? With a V. Let's get to the point. You say the bandits are going to attack again. Who are they and when will they arrive? Oleg waves his hand suddenly. Who are they? They're the Stag Lord's gang, that's who. These lands teem with bandits like bedbugs in a beggar's hut, and you just stirred them up. They have a camp not far from here. I expect they'll return in full force in half a day, maybe less. The Stag Lord won't take an insult like this lightly, and his henchmen are more than demons than men. More like demons than men. Tell me how much you know. How many bandits are there? What do they want? What do they want? Those bloodsuckers think they own this land. They come, they take what they want, and they steal the better part of our money every month as a toll for their leader. That sounds like taxes. They even broke our gate so we couldn't try to hide anything from them. No one knows exactly how many there are. Sometimes only 5 or 6 come. Sometimes it's a whole gang. I think 5 or 6 is a gang, but whatever. I'd have shown them what for long ago, if not for Svetlana. The safety repost may have been one of the conditions Jamandi Aldori placed on granting me the barony, but she said nothing about having to listen to your whining. Wow, that's a jerk thing to say. No. I'll help you. I'm not really interested in your post, but I never back down from a good fight. Or, you have nothing to fear. I'll help you with the attack. I mean, it is part of my job. I wouldn't say that 5th one. Well, I appreciate your good intentions. I may not have the best manners, but Oleg Levitin is the last name you'll hear accused of being ungrateful. If you manage to defend this post, I'll reward you proper. We have to hide Svetlana. Please don't argue, Dove. Now, we also need to decide on a plan. Go ahead and look around. There may be some tools that can be used for the battle. There's some pretty solid traps around, some tar, and a box of alchemist fire, looks like. Alchemist fire? We could put it by the gate, light it off with a burning arrow when the bandits are nearby. But those could set the post on fire, Oleg shouts, surprised. Well, maybe if we cover the walls with something to protect them. All right, yes, I think it could work. I'll even shoot the arrow myself. I used to be pretty good with the crossbow back in my day. Wait for the attack. It's a trap because that skips all the trap making you could do for this fight. So do not click on that one. I'm going to look around, think on the best way to use tar and traps. All right. As soon as you finish, let us know. And don't leave the post. The bandits could return at any time.
That is possible.
So, take a look. Some good steel traps in the box. There we go. Don't step on those. There's tar here somewhere. Is it up here? That's potatoes. No, it's over here. Yep. Spill the tar near the trading post entrance to help slow down the bandits.
I need a challenge.
So just make this I think that's the most we can do from that front. I don't think there's anything else over here. I've done this fight a few times, so I know what to look for. Nope.
I will indulge you.
You can use potatoes in a potato cannon. Unfortunately, our party does not know how to make a potato cannon. Shame that may be. Hey, Boken. A frail, disheveled old man wearing a stained and tattered robe gives you a gloomy look. I'm Boken, local herbalist. What brings you here? You know, tell me about yourself. What's there to tell? I'm an herbalist. Make potions and sell them. Gather herbs, roots, berries. Boken sighs. I live in the forest, live off the land. Since leaving Resta for these parts, I ended up a merchant here at Oleg and Svetlana's post. They let me in and out of kindness. Help me with things. They bring me water or firewood when it's cold, and the occasional barrel of honey. They're good people. You know, we could use whatever help you can give us to fight the bandits, because they are coming back. Where's this coming from? You want an old man like me to fight? Here, take this potion. Consider that my help in your fight. A coward's excuse. How predictable. The bandits here bother you as much as Svetlana and Oleg, maybe more. Help us get rid of them for good. I'd rather sit in the bushes and watch you and Oleg beat the daylights out of those thugs. Watching from a distance is more fun, you know. I failed that roll. Oh well. We'll talk later. We'll talk
guides me.
Talk to Oleg. Oleg and Svetlana are discussing something in low but impassioned whispers. You manage to make out the words "forget about it" before they stop talking and turn to you. I'd like to see your goods, Oleg. Don't know what good trading will serve if those bloodsuckers come back and trade everything, but alright, have a look. There's our trade stat.
Give the order.
Actually, I don't know what you have. What do you have there, Valerie? Do you have a bastard sword in your inventory? You have a masterwork bastard sword. Oh, okay. So yeah, you took a weapon focus for the weapon you're walking around with. Okay. You probably don't need anything better than what I have. Oh, she has a belt lantern. That'll help with us adventuring later. What's your armor like? Bandit mail? You can wear heavier, I believe? Question mark? Can you... You're tower shield specialist. Oh, she's an atheist. Oh, interesting. I forgot that about her. Light armor, medium armor, heavy armor. So she can wear heavy armor. She can wear plate and stuff. Good, 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 good. She can wear all the armor.
Here.
Hey, it's a Valkyrie squad. Fighter proficiencies. Yeah, you're right. You're right, you're right. Alright, so... Jathal... What do you have for gear? No, not inventory. My bad. Sorry. Equipment. My bad. Chainmail. You don't wear heavy armor because you're an Inquisitor. I don't wear armor at all. Neither does... Well, no. The Barbarians wear armor. I don't think they get unarmored bonuses. Yeah, they don't do that. Light, medium, and shields. Not that she'd use a shield anyway, because she uses that big old wall blade of hers. Alright.
What you want?
Alright. What do you got? Oh, we should probably narrow it down. Weapons. I mean, I could have a better weapon, but I'm better off just smacking them with my hands, honestly. We don't have the money for magic weapons, unfortunately. Masterwork dart. Such an expensive thing for ammunition that you would lose when you use it. Better armor. Yeah, plate's too expensive. Heavy shield. Nice. Ring of protection, can't afford it. Meta magic rod, nope. Seasoned wings and thighs, a recipe for cooking? No. Okay, is there... I think darts are infinite ammo. Oh, if that's the case, that'd be pretty awesome. I should grab a ranged weapon for myself, because I don't always start a fight able to charge things. Nah, don't worry about that. I'm curious about darts. Is there a cheap dart I can experiment with? I'm curious. Just in case I want to take darts for later. Doesn't look like it. No, it doesn't look like it. Could buy more rations, but we'll worry about that after we've beaten them. Alright, I'm prepared for the attack. Fear not, I'll stand between you and this scum. You're under my protection. Okay, Valerie, thank you. Amory flexes her shoulders. Finally, a fight. Was bored with all that talking. I see you're not easily cowed. Well, that's a way to put it. I beg you, be careful, and please don't let Oleg do anything too risky. Svetlana, go hide inside. We're going to meet our guests. That's a way to put it, Oleg. Get wrecked. Oh, we dropped one of them. Get ready for battle. He's dead. 2 down. Oh, Oleg. We'll have you come around this way, because Oleg's going to get charged here in a second, I think. So let's get you in front of him. Just a little bit more. There you go. So I don't want to trip these traps. So I'm going to wait for him to approach a bit. I'll move to about here, just to tempt him. Oh, there's more in the back line. Oh, that's not good. There's a trap, like, right there. Okay, action bar. There's a lot of them, so protection, judgment. Shield of faith. Me would be nice. And of course, we'll have you, Barbarian Rage. Can you get someone in one turn? Oh, that's an orc. He's going to fall over dead anyway. You can, in theory, get to that guy in the back. Yep. I don't think you'll trip that trap, so... Rage. Charge the archer. Down he goes. Ha! Another trap. What that marching noise is. We'll have Valerie go defensive and start going after the bandit in the back. And turn. Oleg will shoot who he can. Nice hit. Full attack on this dude. Down he goes. Go around the trap we can see. And start closing distance with the last bandit. Amory will, of course, charge. And miss terribly. Provoke. We'll grab up all their stuff.
I shall not fail.
Oh, cloak. Grab all the stuff to sell to Oleg. I'll collect all. What am I doing?
The path is clear.
Is that everybody? That is everybody. Victory. Oleg is breathing heavily, but he shakes his fist in the air menacingly. You rats got what you deserved. Now they'll know better than to treat honest people like cattle. We should call Boken out before he freezes in those bushes. Now, my lady, head on up to the guest rooms on the second floor. You deserve some rest after such a battle. I need to clean things up. And this is for your efforts. Now, don't offend me by trying to turn it down. Just take it. An honest fight deserves an honest reward. If there were more common practice in this world, I think life would be so much better. I'm 100 gold richer. I'll take that. There's a cloak in there. Is it something I can wear? It's a cloak of resistance. Sure. I'm not sure what that cloak's attached to. Around my neck, I suppose.
Keep formation.
Can't sell any of this to him yet. Oh, I should have sold the skins to him. Oh well, no big deal.
Let us bide our time.
Glad it's all over, even if there was a fight. We'll talk tomorrow once I've finished working. Okay. Get some sleep.
Let's go.
Kitty. Hi, Kitty. You wake up from a nasty dream that tortured you almost all night long. In it, you saw a wall of unnaturally thick fog that surrounded you, slowly moving closer and closer. A quick look out the window, and you find out that the fog was not a figment of your imagination, not a dream. And then...
Hear me. Please hear me. Can you hear me? Please.
The half-transparent outline of a beautiful nymph appears before you. Even in this ghostly form, it's clear that she's exhausted. Her shoulders are slouched, and her large blue eyes burn within her pale face. Her voice is barely more than a whisper as she reaches toward you. It seems that only you can see or hear the nymph. Who are you?
Who am I? Just a tear shed by the land itself. The bitter sigh of nature. I am a nymph, the guardian of this area. A defeated guardian. Call me the guardian of the bloom, if you wish.
What is it you want from me?
Aid. Salvation. We have a common enemy, and long have I searched for someone who can defeat him. The one you call the Stag Lord. As a storm strikes ruthlessly with gusts and lightning, the Stag Lord wreaks havoc with the swords of his servants. And not just in the world of people. The land also suffers from the evil he brings. My forests and my flowers suffocate in this fog. Soon even I will vanish, as the last ray of light fades at dusk.
The Stag Lord is responsible for the fog?
Yes. It hides his fortress as well as his dark deeds. But while responsible, he did not create this affliction.
Oh, okay.
It is the work of a powerful druid who has betrayed even himself. I know not why the powers did not leave this renegade, but even I was unable to defeat him.
Well, that's the thing with druids, right? The druids, as long as they're on the neutral cross, you know, neutral good, true neutral, lawful neutral, chaotic neutral, or neutral evil, they maintain their powers. So you can be an evil druid. It's not a nice thing to do, but you can be. How can I help you?
This fog, it enshrouds, entangles, suffocates. If only I could learn how it was created.
So breathy.
My powers wane. I have barely the strength to call out to you. All I know for certain is that somewhere in this forest lies an old house, and it echoes with the remnants of a strange power. The Stag Lord and his druid were there. The fog hides this place from me, but I can point you to the bandits' camp near the Thornford.
Okay.
Make them tell you where this place is.
Make them.
Go there and listen to the echo. Catch the whispers. Search for anything that can tell you how the fog was created. Once the fog clears, nature will breathe again, and you will be able to easily find your way to the fortress of our mutual enemy.
Oh, so I have to help her either way, really. All right, I understand. Farewell.
I don't believe in fate, stranger. But our meeting seems more than a coincidence.
The nymph's whisper fades as she disappears.
The road awaits.
So this is a safe location, a headquarters of sorts, so we don't have to worry about encounters and stuff here. Let's see. I wanted to look at the journal. So we have 88 days and 6 hours to secure the stolen lands. If we run out of time, the quest is failed. We didn't do the secret room quest because we didn't break into there. We're setting off. Oh, okay, where is it? We're setting off on our first big adventure. Jamandi Eldori, a Restovic sword lord, is testing the contenders, weighing who shall be ruler of the stolen lands. There's only one way to prove that you're worthy of the title. Rid the area of the ravaging bandits and their leader, the bloody cutthroat known only as the Stag Lord. Tremble, ye scoundrels. We are coming.
We should prepare. Let us be careful.
Anarel Aidais? The elf looks straight at you, through the tangled hair falling over her face. Hey, you're an adventurer, right? Seeking your fortune in the stolen lands? You're not the only one of your kind here. Take my advice. Keep your eyes open and watch your back. Sometimes the ones who call themselves your friends are more dangerous than your enemies. Judging by the elf's voice, it's obvious that she started the day with a jug of wine. Who are you? The elf grunts. Anarel Aidais. Once upon a time, I was famous throughout Absalom. Throughout Absalom. Anarel Aidais of the Reckless Six. Well, glory passes quickly. A few miserable decades later, and no one recognizes you on the street anymore. What a shame. For more than 4,000 years, Absalom has been the city at the center of the world, a metropolis-sized showcase of all the greatest treasures in all Golarion. The city not only holds a key strategic position for both commercial and military endeavors in the region, but encompasses the site of the ascension of 4 deities. Well, it's 4 deities, not 3. 4 deities, and claims to have been founded by none other than the last Aslanti, the god Erodin. Well, a famous Pathfinder here in the middle of nowhere? Why? You want to know how one could exchange the life of a Pathfinder for this sorry, drunken rat hole? The light in Anarel's eyes go out as if someone had blown out a candle. You lose all your friends because of one scumbag. And then you will understand. I was the only one to return from the final campaign of the Reckless Six. And whatever is left of me can't be called a seeker anymore. Anarel remained silent for a long time, as if wondering if she wishes to poke the old wound. Here's the story. Our leader, Vermelt, was the best of us. Wise, brave, friends with everyone. One of those friends, Advian Adrisant, sent him a disturbing letter. He'd stumbled upon a mention of some ancient books on the art of necromancy. Secrets like those are best left hidden forever. Trust me, I've seen what that kind of magic can do. The elf bites her lip. Cough, I'm traveling with an undead, but let's leave that out of it. To make a long story short, these volumes were supposedly hidden in the catacombs of Gallowspire. we decided that the book should be retrieved and kept safe by the Society. We gathered in a tavern, discussed the expedition, then proceeded to Ustalav. It was a normal mission, a quiet and quick recovery. Anrael smiles bitterly. But everything turned out to be much more complicated. We barely made it through the Witchgate Forest. All those terrible living trees, undead druids, and their arches of bone. It was a miracle we managed to make it out alive. The Pathfinder Society is a globe-spanning organization based out of Absalom. The membership consists primarily of Pathfinders, adventurers who travel throughout Golarion, usually inconspicuously, and explore, delve, and otherwise experience the lesser-seen parts of the world. They send journals documenting their travels back to their venture captains, who also assigns them new missions and suggests new places to explore. The most exciting and illuminating of these journals are compiled in the Pathfinder Chronicles, an ongoing series of books that collect the history and mystery of Golarion for its membership and the general public, which is what most Pathfinder groups are. They are generally working for the Pathfinders in some fashion or another, because it's a nice way for the GM to kind of direct the party to different cool things. And the Pathfinders aren't super strict about their goals other than to explore. The immortal Principality of Ustalev is a fog-shrouded nation of countless horrors, a once proud realm that suffered under the clawed hand of the Whispering Tyrant for centuries. We'd chosen Renchurch to stop at. It was marked on Vermilt's map as a safe enough haven to hole up in and lick our wounds. How I wished that had been true. Vermilt was the first to perish. He was attacked by one of the monsters hiding in the stables. It tossed him about like a feather, and threw him down an ancient well. His shout echoed for a long time. I didn't hear the sound of him landing. And then... Anrael pauses and turns away, hiding her eyes. Enough. I shouldn't have gotten into this. Who am I to stir up others' feelings with all my chatter? We'd better forget about it for now. Maybe I'll tell you more some other time, but not today. Would you like to join me? I could use the help. You seem experienced. No. I've got enough things to do already. You'd better manage on your own. Oh, okay then. So, why are you called Eight Eyes? I count 2, so... Once long ago, I could spot an enemy and pin him to the wall before he could even think of attacking. Some said I had 8 eyes and looked all around at once, though it seems I've outlived my nickname. Anrael stretches her arm forward. Her palm trembles noticeably. I've been drinking so much lately, it's best I don't test my skills too often. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. So what are you doing here? I sit here waiting for adventurers who are in need of help. We may be sitting here in a backwoods tavern, but in Absalom I have a lot of friends who are eager to make a few coins. They have brave hearts but shallow pockets. A little gold would be a welcome change for them. I can send them a message and they will come from Absalom through a portal. If you're interested, just give me a sign and we'll arrange everything right away. Also, I can summon the tutors from the Pathfinder Society, who can retrain you and your companions. They're quite willing to do this for free the first 3 times you request their services. After that, the price for retraining will gradually increase. Such is their way of doing business with all new clients. And that's how you can get characters who aren't part of the people you can find. So if you're like, because one thing can happen, especially with the death rule that I have in effect, I can lose party members. And when they're dead, and if I can't resurrect them, they're dead. They stay dead until I can revive them. So at that point, you're like, well, what do I do? Isn't my run screwed? And it's like, no, you can find Pathfinders, and Eight Eyes is the one here. I don't know if you see her later, but the Pathfinders will let you generate new characters to help you with the journey. They don't have voice lines and stuff beyond the normal stuff that you would have, and they're just there to help fill out your party. So on the downside, you don't have people who have their own mini quests and loyalty missions and special items, but you do get party members, and you get to make them. So you can make whatever you want, really, at whatever level you're at. The problem is, it costs 2,000 coins to hire one of them. So it's something you can't get right away, but it's something to keep in mind if you start losing people. Or if your party composition is really bad and you need to kind of fix it. Because you might have like nothing but casters, and it's like, well, you need a fighter, you need someone to frontline. And if you don't have that, that's a big problem from a balance perspective. We don't need the tutors, and we'll leave her alone for now.
The path is clear.
Talk to Svetlana. Good day. I hope you're feeling all right after that battle. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. I definitely don't want to waste your time, but if you have a moment, I have a request. Sure, what did you want to ask of me? Svetlana lowers her head. This is a very personal request, and maybe not important enough for your time. I'll completely understand if you say no. But the first time the Stag Lord's thugs came here demanding money, they also took my wedding ring. Just tore it off my hand. It's just a trinket, really, but it meant so much to me. I remember every moment of the day Oleg came to me, that ring in hand, to ask if I'd marry him. I was standing in a fancy dress on the stairs of my father's home, fearing that I'd misheard something, or that I'd say something stupid, and everyone around would laugh. Svetlana interrupts herself, shaking her head gently. If you happen to find my ring among the bandits' possessions, please bring it back to me. It's easy to recognize. My name is engraved inside the band. Svetlana drops her eyes, lowering her voice. There is one more thing. Among the bandits, there's a dark-haired woman who wields dual axes. She's not bad in a fight. In fact, she can be extremely dangerous and cruel. But please, I beg of you, show her mercy if you have the chance. I can't promise anything, but if I do come across your ring, I'll return it to you. I understand. I appreciate any effort you put into it. I'm loath to promise NPC stuff, things that I can't guarantee, because like I don't know what happened to that ring. It could be lost in a river, destroyed, or it could be intact and perfectly fine. What can you tell me about the Stag Lord? He's not just some average bandit. If no one puts a stop to him, he'll turn the stolen lands into his personal kingdom, a kingdom of fear and oppression. It would be a kingdom of lawlessness. Once I've dealt with the Stag Lord, your life will improve. I can't thank you enough for the hope you've given me, but please, be careful. The Stag Lord is extremely dangerous. Cough, cough. Make sure you don't rush through getting to him, because he's a pretty hard fight. I mean, he's not the hardest fight you'll see, but he's hard if you get to him too fast. I have to go. Farewell. So we have a new side quest to find her ring.
Tread lightly.
Hi, Oleg. Greetings. Oleg seems to be in a good mood and greets you warmly. You certainly ruffled those villains' feathers. Anyway, new day, new troubles. Have you seen the fog? Never seen anything like it before. The road to Rostov looked like someone spilled milk and it just hung in the air. There's an image. I couldn't see anything through that soup. Not even with a torch. Feels like witchcraft to me. I bet the Stag Lord's involved somehow. Rumors say he deals with all kinds of bad magic. I need to take care of that Stag Lord. Do you know anything that could help me find him? That's quite a task you've set yourself on. The Stag Lord has a fortress somewhere in the area, but only a few chosen from the most trusted of his rabble are ever invited. The location of the fortress is a heavily guarded secret, and with this fog hanging around, I'd imagine it would be even harder to find. I suppose you could try to follow the trail of those bandits who attacked the post before. They came from the southwest, from the side of the Thorn River. The fortress might be there, or at least some large camp of theirs where we can find information, which that coincides with what that nymph told me, so I need to make sure she wasn't just full of hot air. What else can you tell me about the Stag Lord? Not much. Not like I sat down and shared a cup of wine with the man, you know? But I think he arrived in the Stolen Lands less than a year ago, from what I've heard. But as soon as he got here, he took over everything. I wrote to Rostov, tried to warn them that the Stag Lord wasn't some typical gang leader, but they didn't listen. The rumors about him are horrible. He'll kill a person if they so much as disagree with him. He never reveals his face. Those who've seen him up close report the same thing. Ugly scars cover every inch of his skin not covered by his clothes. Ugh. The Stag Lord's past is a mystery. He just arrived one day. He was immediately a power to be reckoned with. I guess the most surprising thing about him is that he has as many followers who admire him as he has minions who obey him out of fear. He's got some inner strength in him, or maybe an inner madness. There are many who seem to follow him because of that madness, like it was some kind of virtue. Doesn't sound like a guy I'm going to be diplomatic with. Just wild guess. Hey, could you leave here really nicely? I'd appreciate it. Well, show me your wares, Oleg. Sell some skins to you, some pelts rather. So armor that I'm not going to use, bows I'm not going to use, swords I won't use. I'll keep. No, those are clubs. I'll sell those. Oops, didn't mean to do that. There. So that's 461 gold back to me. And we should double up on our camping supplies, just in case we need them. We'll go with, that's 2 days journey. Let's go with 3 days journey. That should be enough. We'll do this deal for now. Can't get full plate for our fighter. Could get her full plate, half plate. But I don't, it's 7 versus 8, not a huge change, and we might find the stuff in the field anyway. About the only who might benefit from better armor would be our Inquisitor, because she just has chainmail. We could get her banded, but we might find banded in the wild as well. Can't get the ring, can't get the rod. A cooking recipe won't hurt us none, so we'll get that. No potions from this guy. Does have some ingredients, but bag of holding. Ooh, that'd be really nice when we start gathering big stuff. Can't afford it, but hey, bag of holding's not a bad thing to buy in the future. Oops, wrong thing.
Let us bide our time.
A comprehensive guide to cooking a delicious dish. Copy recipe. You now know how to make that.
The road awaits.
Talk to Boken, because I think he sells potions. Boken frowns as he ostensibly examines the nearest wall, hands in his sleeves. Without turning to you, the old man finally says in a dull voice, "You want some potions? All right, show me what you have."
I shall not fail.
Whoops, keep hitting the wrong buttons. There we go. So how are we for potions? We have 8 bottles. Should be good. We don't need potions of restoration yet. Bark skin, scrolls, wands. Potion of remove curse. Potion of inflict. That might be good for our undead friend. So let's get some for her. Let's get you 10 of those. Just so you have them. It's expensive, but it'll have her. She'll be set up for healing. That's not her magic. Plus, we have plenty of other healing anyway. So let's find our friends. Or let's spread out across the. What's my AC right now? It's probably pretty high. 19. Oh, what? Right, the cloak doesn't give more AC, doy. No one up here. Oh, God. That's how you can tell where Emery is. Listen for the shouting. Jaethel greets you with a nod. Speak. So, what made you follow me anyway? Curiosity. The need for a reliable ally. You see, I must come to understand what my goddess seeks from me. Urgathia gave me the powers of Inquisitor without declaring her will to me. I await her reply, any hint or trace or clue. And I suppose our meeting was no mere accident. Besides, Jaethel cringes. I imagine that several Kyanin assassins still pursue me. They never risked attacking me while I was under the patronage of the Eldori. They are unlikely to attack while I have reliable allies like you. Who's Urgatha? Urgatha, also known as the Pallid Princess and Lady Despair, she sounds nice, is the goddess of physical excess, disease, and the undead. She is mostly worshipped by dark necromancers, the undead, and those wishing to become undead. Sometimes those who live gluttonous lifestyles make supplication to her, as do those suffering from a serious illness. Oh my god, those horses. Her faithful believe she was the first creature to defy Pharasma and return unnaturally from the boneyard and break free from the cycle of souls. Kyonin, the homeland of the elven race of Golarion. Kyonin was almost completely evacuated by the elves just before the fall of the Starstone. They only recently, by elven standards, returned to Golarion to reclaim their ancient homeland, and have become an isolationist realm, allowing few non-elven visitors into their mist-shrouded capital, Iadra. You are my companion, so you can count on my protection. A reasonable approach. I appreciate this. So, what's it like to be undead, anyway? Do you wish to know what it means to me personally, or what powers and limitations it imposes? You don't need to sleep, right? I'm spared from that bothersome need, but I hope you do not take this as a reason to invent additional responsibilities to entertain me during the night. I spend this time meditating and addressing the goddess. That makes sense. So this is where she tells us that healers will damage her, so don't heal her. Alright, that's all I needed to know. Send her farewell. We'll spread out talking to these folk and learning more about them, so we're not just info dumping ourselves. Greetings, Valerie. Greetings, Valerie sighs. Everything is well, I hope. I'm ready for new orders. You know, you don't have to follow etiquette and maintain good manners while speaking with me if you don't want to. I'm aware of that, Valerie sighs. But I'm sure you understand that I am what I am. That's how I was brought up. First by my parents, and then by my mentors in the Order. Besides, I was born to a noble family. Valerie raises her chin proudly. So I rather enjoy the idea that my manner of speech differs a bit from the common language of the peasantry. Okay. You just can't imagine how many social climbers bowed politely the moment I opened my mouth. You're so eager to follow my orders. Why? What do you mean, why? Valerie looks at you in bewilderment. I follow your orders. I've joined your campaign because I have faith in you. I believe your intentions to be noble, though things may not always turn out as you've planned. You are my commander. Your orders are law. It's my duty to follow them. Valerie hesitates for a moment. Well, so long as you don't order me to do something that's absolutely dishonorable, but that would never happen, I hope. Yeah, we're both lawful, so I doubt that's happening. So I kind of caught somewhere through your character sheet that you're an atheist, so you don't worship any deity? Right. I need no guidance from above. I have my own good conscience and my leader's orders to live by. All right, then. Well, thank you for the conversation. Bye now. As you wish. And she bows. Like, okay, I'm just a monk. I mean, I'm a
Let us be careful.
scale fist monk, but, you know, I'm no noble or nothing. Not yet, anyway. We're gonna talk, and Mary utters a weary sigh. All right, spill it. I'm listening. We're just talking. You don't like it? Emery shrugs several times, perhaps flexing her muscles, or maybe just filling in the silence. Dunno, she admits at last. Depends what we're gonna talk about. If it's about monsters, or swords, or scars, I approve. That's good. If you're going to ask questions like why and what for and how, screw this. Emery looks you over slowly, head to toe. Or you've got even harder ones. That's a formidable sword. Change topic a little. But it's not just a simple weapon, is it? You bet it's not simple. Check how big it is. She proudly raises the blade, and you notice that, even though Emery is extremely strong, she still has difficulty wielding such a large sword. This sword belonged to a real blasted frost giant. I killed the beast and took this looker for myself. Fits me perfect. My damned trophy. Emery's eyes flash with menace as if she's challenging some invisible enemy to try taking her away her trophy. All right, then. Well, thanks for talking. See you later. Talking. When will we do some monster killing instead? Emery sighs and turns away. All right, we'll get the monster killing. I was just socializing, saying hi. We don't need to rest because we just did. So we should probably be on our way. Yeah, we have enough time to get a bit more of the story down. So yeah, you at present we have 4 party members. The max you can have out in the field is 6. You have to go with them, so you only have 5 other companions with you. At start, you have the max amount you can have, but after that, you will get more, and you'll have to choose who's going with you and who's not. Suppose our first destination is to head toward the Thorns River, which is down this way, I suppose. We're all... Oh, wait. Before we get too far, let's make sure Jethal has her potions I bought for her. She doesn't need the Divine Favor Scroll, but swap it out for a potion. Expeditious Retreat. No, have another potion and have a third one. There. That should keep you safe. Everyone else is good for potions, I think. It's not inventory. Equipment. Yep. None of us have ranged weapons, but, you know, I guess we're just not a ranged weapon party. We'll just have to live with that. Away we go. We need to go where? We need to go here to Thornford. So I guess if we just head this way, we'll hit the river and then come down, yeah? So let's head this way. Oh. Encounter someone. A jittery old man in squalid clothing shuffles up to you. His gray hair is unkempt, and he continually clenches and unclenches his wrinkled, freckled hands. When he stops and looks up at you, his eyes widen, and he tugs at his beard. Strange weather. Invisible fog, creeping out of the woods, soars beyond the sky, obscures the sun and moon. Strange. The old man shakes his head, his eyes shifting about, seemingly at random. I don't like this old man. Looks like the kind who can cast the evil eye. You're probably not wrong, Emery. Move along, old man. We give no alms. Who are you, exactly? The old man freezes for a moment. Remus, but that won't help with the fog. Well, the fog looks visible enough to me. I see more than ever. I've never seen so much before. The old man wipes his hand across his face and sighs wearily. But someone must look. No one else can. What are you doing here exactly? The old man raised a thick eyebrow curiously. I do nothing. Breathe, walk, observe. So wait a minute, you were saying something about an invisible fog? Does that mean you can find your way through it? The fog is wrong. It hinders your legs, not your sight. I wish not to try. Okay. Well then, I should probably go. The old man stares at you intently. You hasten? You should. Your rival wastes no time. He races, but in another direction. He searches for power. He'll find it. My rival? Do you mean Tartusio? The old man tugs his beard again. He's not tall, but he wants to climb high. Okay, Remus. Beside him are those who would stand against him, and might yet still. What power is he searching for? Someone else's. Old, but forever young. That song just jumped into my head. Anyway, that which was taken from another. That which gave joy. and now gives death. Can you tell me where he is now? He's in an old tomb, south of the trading post. Oh, thank you, I guess. The old man nods. How do you know we're rivals? I don't know. I see. You can choose where you set your eyes, usually. But can you choose what they see? All right then, well, all the more reason not to linger. Farewell. The old man turns and walks away slowly, muttering softly. Once stolen, the land should be reclaimed. Once reclaimed, bound with the claimer shall it be. Bound, merged, joined by unbreakable ties. Claiming the land, claiming its pain, claiming its death. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to find out what Tertusio's up to. And the man disappeared. Poof. Okay, so characters don't sleep in medium or heavy. Okay, that makes sense. That means that our two of us will be at lesser because they're without their armor. Okay, so he said it's at the tomb, so that's here. I imagine this path's going to take me through this way and along the river. Let's try to hasten to this ancient tomb. Because I don't want Tertusio to get something that would be dangerous. More south, I think. Nope. Enemies, let's try to get around them. Okay, we'll evade them. Save our resources. 17. 5 at night. Try to avoid... It's not good to travel during the night, so I'm trying to be careful of that. And you can get exhausted. 20. Travel for a bit more. No one's exhausted, so we'll just enter the tomb. We'll probably rest after that. We'll rest in the tomb. Yeah, you can avoid this fight and just not deal with him, but that's usually not a good idea. It's better to get to him while you can.
That is possible.
A gnome in gaudy purple garb seizes your attention. Of course, the scoundrel Tertusio, who you know for your time in Restov. The vile gnome is standing on a small hill, expressing his discontentment in every way he can muster.
Let me guess, you're still dawdling. Should I make some tea in the meantime? Bake a pie, perhaps? Plant a small garden and harvest some cherries? Perhaps you'd be more comfortable wearing fool's caps and colored trousers. Then at least I'd be able to sell tickets. Come one, come all! Feast your eyes upon the slowest and the most ridiculous buffoons in Golorian.
That's a great way to engender loyalty. Insult them.
Why hurry? The same end awaits us all.
Digging through a dusty dungeon, searching for I don't know what, and all this frowning. Scold, scold, scold. This is not how I imagined adventures with the future Baron. What am I ever going to write my book about? How we labored to open a chest filled with dust?
Poor Lindsay.
Quickly now, if we don't find that artifact soon, someone else might seize it. Someone who's standing over there watching you right now, you fools!
Tertusio turns his anger gaze upon you. He nods to his guards to draw their weapons. Lindsay, don't you think it's the perfect time to throw away that silly draft and start a real book? You already have a great protagonist. Me.
Yes! I shall overturn a new leaf. And on that leaf, I shall pen a wonderful, thrilling story of the victory of the future Baroness and the bitter defeat of her malevolent, flatulent rival.
Lindsay's a very easy person to flip on this one because she doesn't like Tertusio at all.
I see my magnificent rival will stop at nothing, even at stealing the servants of her enemy. Let us see if your fools are even more useless than mine. Draw your swords and cover my retreat.
And now we're fighting. Okay, there are how many of you? 1, 2, 3, 4 of you against R5. Yeah, let's go with Judgment Justice. Shield the Faith, the leader, because we get game over if she dies. Meanwhile, Valerie, you can turn off fighting defensively. Charge. Oh, there's another one. Oops. I should have done protection. Oh well, too late. We'll move over to... Turn that back on. Move over to where... He ran away. What was that? Oh, he's retreating. Okay. Oh, that just looks so silly. Sorry. Anyway, can I attack anyone with with a Valerie? Amiri? No. In no sense wasting her her rage turns. Ooh, she can charge somebody. She can charge this guy in the back. Yeah. Which means rage time. Charge. This one. Bam. Goes back to Jethal. Who will... You can't charge anyone from where you are. So we'll have you go over and meet this guy. So this longbow person doesn't get to fight unaccosted. And then Valerie can take on this one. She's not under attack, so drop defensive. Close distance and attack. One mercenary is going to get a free shot. Okay. Ow. Meanwhile, let's see. Charge. Who isn't being attacked right now? That caster back there is a problem. Come here. Charge. Kick. Oh, so much for that. Oh, the whiff. It hurts. No one's particularly hurt. Amri's a bit hurt, but she'll be okay. Attack. Down the archer goes. You start heading over to this caster over here.
Let us strike as one.
Oh. Thanks for the attack of up. Oh, there goes Amri.
I always survive.
Yeah, we'll take care of you first. Didn't do a ton of damage. Can you heal? I don't think you can. Because you're evil. Yeah. Because you're not a healing type. I don't think you use potion for somebody else. So we'll charge the caster.
Learn how to use it first.
Fine,
Unworthy.
attack normal. There goes the caster.
Do not falter.
Whoa. He has extra damage because he's bigger too, so.
Wretched things.
Ting right off his shield.
Onwards.
Oh, I'm really glad my AC is so high. This guy probably would do a lot of damage to me.
Despicable.
Down he goes. Nice. Start getting over to this guy.
Advance. Stay behind me.
Valerie can't hit nothing. At least she's hard to hit. Can I charge over there? I don't think so. Nah, that pillar's in the way. Yeah, okay, I'll just get over to him.
Aim carefully.
Hey, Lindsay, you can heal our friend over there anytime, because I know you know. I know you have the cure spell.
Unworthy.
Or shoot this guy over here. Either way.
Let us strike as one.
Yeah, we got this. I don't think this mercenary's going to win this fight.
Attack.
Of course, if we keep missing, he might. Lindsay, get over here.
Wretched things. Do not falter.
As you order.
Ooh, Henry got tagged pretty bad. I'm trying to see. Okay, she's fatigued. She got knocked to 0. So let's give her some healing. Whoops. Because you don't know if another fight's coming right after this, so better to be healed up. Lindsay can use a level up. So she gets combat trick. Point blank. Oh, combat trick lets her take out combat talent, so she gets point blank shot for her shooting. And she gets Tasha's Hideous Laughter as her spell. Okay. Fair enough. We do have to change our formation again. Put her in the rear.
We should prepare.
On my way.
Magical longsword. We'll take it because it's worth money. I think one of us can use scale mail. Scorched fragment of a necklace. This item bears a trace of lost power. It seems you have found a shard of a destroyed artifact. If you find all the fragments, an artisan with enough skill could restore it for you. Oh, I'll take that. And
let us bide our time.
Some chocolate.
Our duty calls.
About time.
Nuts.
The road awaits.
It seemed from afar to be cracks in the stone, but turns out to be a faded image of the sun. A grinning jackal's skull has recently been scratched on top of the image.
I will grant your request.
What's this back here? Judged by the outline, this bas-relief once depicted the sun and moon. Now it's almost completely eroded.
And so they walked on.
I've spotted something.
What's this? Oh, open something. Ancient Cyclops coin, a memento of times long past. A well-grounded antiques collector might pay handsomely for it.
I shall not fail. Something here.
Oh, there's a trap there.
It's just not my lucky day.
Try again.
Anything else?
There we go. A bas-relief of the sun, long eroded. The vague outlines of 4 strange creatures have been carved over it. Oh, more goods. Some coin. A silver bell. Silver inkwell. And an artificial flower.
We should prepare. Let us bide our time.
Okay, nothing else here, I don't think.
I'll go ahead.
Well, we're good with what we have. How sweet the first breath of fresh air after the stale, damp stiffness of the tomb. Before us stretched an unending heath, replete with hills and gullies, and patches of low shrubs. Already the trail of Tertuccio and his companions had gone cold. But we would not give up so easily. Whether the trail went cold or not, it was one we had to follow. Oh, we succeeded on our nature lore check. No blade of grass was bent. It must have had enough time to straighten back up, since whoever last passed through. But the heath's dry earth preserved the prints of little shoes. Our eyes to the ground, we followed the trail. We walked and walked until finally we came to a huge gully, the dried-up bed of a river of yore. But what is this? At the edge, the grass was trampled down, and soil turned up, and claw prints, lots of them. We'd stumbled upon a fresh battlefield. And here the trail split. One set of footprints walked away from the battle and down into the gully. The brave footprints that faced down their enemies followed the path along its edge. We carefully studied the trail that led down the gully. Or detect magic, because we do have that. Oh, there's a few things we can do. Whoopsie. Gotta remember to scroll down. Detect magic. We discovered traces of a spell, apparently from the illusion school of magic, near where the lonely trail descended into the gully. Okay, so that's meant to mislead us. Okay. We tried to imagine who or what left those claw marks. The claw marks were not deep, the attackers were small and lean, and more, these creatures walked on two legs. Finally, the form of the prince left no doubt in our minds. We stumbled into Cobalt lands. After idling in thought, we decided to follow the bigger trail along the path beside the gully.
Running won't help you!
Shield of Faith, the leader. There's a lot of them, so fighting defensively is good for you.
This didn't work. I must be doing it wrong.
Inspire Courage. Rage, Charge. Can you choose who you want? You can. This guy's the furthest back, so let's get him. Down goes that alchemist. Try to pierce through to their back line to keep their casters from doing stuff.
Onwards!
Miss. Ow. That actually hit me, of all things. Take out this guy. Use a bit of healing, but we'll save that healing in case I drop. No, if I drop, I might just die. So let's do the healing now. There we go. Charge the other archer. Kobolds get sent flying. Have a nice strip.
Despicable.
Nice hit on the alchemist. Ah! Should have made her stand a little further back so she couldn't get attacked. Whoops. Whoa! Good thing we were all backed away from him. That would have hurt.
Stay behind me.
He gets splattered.
Forwards.
5-foot move back so you don't provoke, and then fire at him.
Serves you right.
Missed. Oh well. Charge this guy down. It's always fun watching the kobolds go flying. Ow. Get rid of defensive and charge. Can't. Just attack him normally.
Aim carefully.
Take their light valuables.
I shall not fail.
I'm debating if we should rest or just continue the chase. We should have potions. We should be okay. Lindsay.
Magnificent.
Dang it.
Lindsay the illustrious. Something more simple, like Lindsay the Great. Maybe Lindsay the Indecisive.
I forgot to check if we can improve Jathal's weapons, armor. Chainmail's better than the banded mail. Darn, never mind.
State your desire.
Oh, she is hurt though. Jathal, heal thyself by harming thyself. There you go. And Valerie, we have run low on potions. You do have some on you.
I am your shield.
You have 2 on you.
I've been taught if someone annoys you, you either pray or polish your armor. It is why my armor gleams as it does.
We should prepare.
We'll see if any other things trigger. We might be okay with if another fight gets triggered. Now we're good.
Let us bide our time.
I think we lost the trail of who we're looking for. Darn. All right. Well, it is nighttime, so we should camp. And actually, I think this is a good point. Yeah, now is a good time to stop because we have our. So, it auto-saved, so that's a good time to stop. So for now, that'll be it. That'll be all. We'll continue this adventure through Golarion and the hunt for. We lost Ortusio, so we don't know where he went. So we'll go to the Old Thorn Ford and deal with that. But hey, we got another party member. We got Lindsay back. Hooray! Awesome. Normally it's the other way around. I usually get Lindsay and then end up with the Inquisitor later. But other way around's fine. But it's fun. This should be interesting. And hopefully you'll all enjoy yourself. As I will see you next time. Thank you all of you very much for watching. And you all have a good one.